Welcome to Governor Mills' second annual Opioid Response Summit. I'm Gordon Smith, the state's director of Opioid Response, and it's my real pleasure to welcome you this morning and to thank you for your participation. There's over 1,300 individuals that registered for today's program. We are deeply appreciative of your interest in our work, and we're very anxious to hear from you as to how we can do better. Today's theme is compassion, community, connection. While this theme was chosen well before the coronavirus arrived in Maine, it seems to be the perfect theme for today as we find ourselves continuing to respond to the epidemic of substance use disorder in the state within the context of a global pandemic. Both are significant public health threats. Both need to be taken seriously, but unfortunately the effective response to one may and likely has adversely impacted the other. But there's many positive aspects of what has occurred in terms of supporting people in recovery during this period, and many of our speakers today and some of the breakout sessions will deal with that. We of course hope to be live today in a physical event in Bangor. That was not possible for obvious reasons, but I am pleased to say that we have again booked the Cross Insurance Center for next summer for July 15th, where we hope to have the third annual summit, and we hope it can be a live physical event that many of you could hopefully participate in. Between now and then, we also are having a monthly seminar series the first Friday of every month at 11:30 in the morning to present a lot of the topics that we didn't have room for today. Over 60 proposals were advanced, and we're only presenting 8 in the breakout sessions. So many of those will have an opportunity in our monthly seminar leading right up to next year's summit. I want to thank our foundation sponsors, the Betterment Fund, the Maine Health Access Fund, and the Maine Community Foundation. Without their financial support, we couldn't do some of the things that we've been able to do today, such as purchase one of Dr. Murthy's books for all the registrants, not just the first 500 or 600. So we are committed to all of you receiving a copy of Dr. Murthy's books. I also want to thank our partners at AV Technic, who have done a terrific job of putting this platform together. I want to thank our logistic partners at AdCare and my colleagues at the Office of Behavioral Health who are with me today, particularly Tara McCarthy, Roland Robinson, and Dr. Jessica Pollard. I want to thank our Voices of Recovery. Like last year, every talk will begin with a person in recovery. And we are so grateful for their courage and their willingness to give you their story. And finally, I want to thank Governor Mills for her caring about this issue and her leadership. She will be with us at 11:15 this morning. And thank you again to all 1,300 of you. The logistics this morning, the housekeeping announcements are fairly brief. I presume you know where the bathrooms are, where you're going to have lunch, and probably what you're going to have for lunch. There is a chat room, and we're asking that chat room be used only for questions to the moderators of the breakout sessions. Don't be chatting amongst yourselves. There's also there are simultaneous breakout sessions, and you'll be on stream 1, which you're on now. If you want stream 1 sessions, you can easily get to stream 2 on your screen if you want the alternative breakout sessions. You will receive an evaluation form within 5 days of this program, and once completing that form and getting it back to us, you will get your CME or CEU certificate. It will not, it's kind of like shopping today in Maine: no mask, no service, no evaluation, no CME certificate. Pretty straightforward. Finally, all these sessions today are recorded, so this content can be available to you in the future for a period of time, although we're not able to make Dr. Murthy's conversation with Commissioner Lambrou available. After my introduction of Dr. Shaw, the agenda is will go quite quickly. Breakout sessions. The Attorney General's with us this morning. Then the governor. The governor has a very special presentation at the end of her remarks. Then we show a documentary movie about recovery in Washington County that we're very excited about. That's about 12:30. We have 2 breakouts in the afternoon, and then Dr. Pollard will close the program. I think the last thing to do is really to introduce my friend Dr. Shah. Last year he was many of you were introduced to him for the first time at the seminar, at the summit at the Augusta Civic Center. This morning he really needs no introduction because he's become a household word in Maine. He's become very familiar to Maine people through his leadership in protecting us from the coronavirus and his leadership of that effort. Usually when a person has both a law degree and a medical degree, they're really disdained by both lawyers and doctors. In Dr. Shah's case, his calm demeanor, his kindness, his caring makes him a very popular figure among both physicians, lawyers, and I know that I speak for hundreds of thousands of Mainers. The fans of Dr. Shah Facebook page makes available, with the proceeds going to charity, these T-shirts. My favorite one is "Keep Calm, Listen to Dr. Shah." People have become, have organized their days around his daily briefing, of which there'll be one today at 2 o'clock. So again, I'm so appreciative of him taking the time, and thank you for keeping us safe, Nirav, and I take you to Dr. Shah.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Gordon, thank you so much for allowing me to be part of this momentous day. And thank you even more for that very warm and loving introduction. It's truly an honor to be here with everyone, apart, but together. And separately and relatedly, an honor to be able to welcome my old friend, former Surgeon General, Dr. Vivek Murthy, to join us here in Maine today, again, virtually. Dr. Murthy, I know we're all looking forward to your comments. I hope you got that lobster roll that I sent you in the mail, and we'll look forward to seeing you in person here in Maine very soon. I begin today's summit on a somber note. Recent data have showed that 127 deaths were caused by drug overdoses in the first 3 months of this year alone. That's a 23% increase over the last 3 months of 2019. What's even more staggering is that preliminary estimates for the second quarter of this year alone project a total of 259 drug overdose deaths in the first 6 months of this year alone. 259, a staggering figure. Think about that number for a moment. That's 259 families who are grieving. 259 daughters or sons who went gently into that good night, leaving behind perhaps 259 mothers and fathers who lost a child. Perhaps up to 259 spouses who now sleep alone, and 259 dinner tables with just an empty chair. Even more heart-wrenching is perhaps up to 259 children for whom their parent will be known only through pictures and videos. 259 of our communities in Maine that are now one person fewer textured. And for many of us, 259 of us, individuals in Maine who have lost a friend. As with COVID-19, we sometimes have a tendency to talk about numbers of this sort as abstract data points, perhaps and partly because of the sheer enormity of the numbers themselves, but perhaps as well as something of a defense mechanism, a way to shield ourselves from the reality of the problem at hand. We must not do that. not with COVID-19 and not with substance use. We must simultaneously remember that each and every one of these numbers has a name. And every name was a daughter, a son, a spouse, a coworker, a community member, and a friend. On a day today where the themes are compassion, community, and connection, I ask each of us to remember those who have passed, be it from substance use or from COVID. In times of crisis, compassion, community, and connection may be the only things we have that hold us together and bind us at our core at the end of the day. I ask everyone as well to join me in offering our condolences to the friends, families, and communities who have lost a part of themselves this year. We are here today because of a state of emergency within a state of emergency, an epidemic that's nestled within a pandemic, an epidemic that was intensifying around the same time that the word coronavirus was becoming a part of all of our daily routines. And although the opioid-associated effects of the pandemic have not yet been fully assessed, we know some things thus far. We know that the experience of COVID-19 has been a definite stressor for those who are grappling with substance use disorder. We all know that substance use disorder is a chronic medical condition, one that often travels with other chronic medical conditions, all of which put those who are affected by substance use disorder at a higher risk for COVID-19. In parts of the country where the availability of medical resources is scarce, the latent stigma of those who have substance use disorder, often on the part of healthcare providers themselves, could lead to discrimination, if not outright denial of care for those individuals who are contending with substance use disorder, a situation where stigma could literally kill. And everyone here today knows the importance of safe and supportive housing for individuals in recovery. Well, the words safe and supportive housing take on a brand new meaning in the era of COVID-19, where the need for such housing for quarantine or isolation purposes may compete with the need for housing for folks with substance use disorder. Speaking of isolation, a topic I know that Dr. Murthy will discuss, the coronavirus pandemic has isolated us in ways that introduce even new stressors on those with substance use disorder in ways that are truly immeasurable. At a time in their lives when folks who are struggling may need a shoulder to cry on or a hand to hold, the strictures of COVID-19 may have meant that neither was there. COVID-19 has forced all of us to adapt, and we have done so in Maine. With the full support and urging of Gordon Smith and Governor Mills, the state of Maine relaxed the rules for needle exchanges, as well as methadone clinics, so that people with substance use disorder can continue receiving medication and other services while coming into contact with fewer individuals less often, all in service of reducing the spread of coronavirus. For example, early on in the COVID-19 crisis, Governor Mills eliminated the requirement that syringe programs collect one used syringe for every clean one that they hand out. The governor has also allowed methadone clinics to provide longer courses of methadone as opposed to on a daily basis. On top of that, when individuals lost their traditional supports, many organizations in Maine, many of whom are joining us today, pivoted, and we changed rules to allow for telehealth provision of services. And as a result, telemedicine has seen significant upticks in its usage across the state, offering that virtual hand to hold or virtual shoulder to cry on for those in need. But make no mistake, the challenge of substance use disorder remains with us. And the numbers thus far suggest that the scope and magnitude of these challenges are as pressing today as they were before the COVID-19 crisis. Gordon and I have been discussing this issue frequently, and Gordon and I and the governor are very clear and resolute on one matter. We are not walking away from these numbers. We are diving headlong into them and facing them directly. If there's one thing that I've learned from my now 13 months in Maine, it is that Maine people can do big things. Maine people can rise to the challenge when the obligations of community demand it. Where there's a big job to do, Maine people can get it done. Take a look at COVID as Exhibit A. In just a matter of months, we, all of us, have fundamentally changed the way we organize our lives, the way we work, the way we live, the way we shop, the way we worship, the way we socialize. We've done things in just a few months that were unthinkable back before COVID. For example, like holding a 1,300 person conference virtually. Things like that were unthinkable a few months ago are blindingly obvious and commonplace today. That's just how pandemics go. But as with COVID, we have an opportunity today before us to flatten a different curve, the one that is facing us with respect to drug overdose deaths. Maine people have already taken on significant challenges, as with COVID-19. The opportunity before us today is to harness that same focus, that same community spirit, to simultaneously keep our focus on the opioid crisis in Maine today. Don't ever let anyone tell you that nothing ever changes, that hard problems can't be solved, that the needle on big problems can't be moved. Maine people can do hard things. Why do I say that? Because we've already done them. We can do the same things with the opioid crisis as we've done with COVID-19 if we keep four things in mind. The first is the science. The second is compassion. The third is our commitment. And the fourth is our spirit of undying support for one another, what we all call community. None of us is alone, and none of us is an island. In the same way that we have come together as a community and as a state to clamp down on COVID-19 in ways that are right now the envy of about 49 other states in the country, we can do the same with the opioid crisis facing us today. I urge everyone to do their part, and I thank everyone for your time and allowing you to join me this morning. I'm looking forward to a great day today. Thank you very much, everyone.
Hi, my name is Ryan, and first off, I just wanted to say that it's a privilege to share my experience with you guys. So a little bit about myself. I am an opiate addict and an alcoholic. I started drinking at about 13, and it was bad from the very beginning. My first arrest was at the age of 15, and it landed me on probation and also a court-ordered program. I was too young to wrap my head around the fact that I was probably an alcoholic at the time or have a willingness to stop. I proceeded to get arrested 7 or 8 more times before I graduated high school in the year 2000. Right before I graduated high school, I got into a bad car accident that put me in ICU for 2 months. I broke every bone on the right side of my body and punctured both of my lungs. A good friend of mine also died on my lap, which was extremely traumatic at a young age. While in the hospital, they administered IV opiates to me for the pain I was in, and after 2 months in ICU, I came out of it addicted to opioids. It was 1998, I was 17 years old at the time, and I didn't stop abusing opiates until October 25th, 2018, at the age of 36. The pain pills turned into heroin, which turned into fentanyl, And during this time, I was in detox, incarcerated, overdosed, suicidal, and homeless more times than I can count. I made the conscious decision after my estranged daughter in Florida found me on Facebook that I couldn't live like that anymore. She was taken by Florida DHS when she was born in 2005, and I went on a mission to right my wrongs. I signed up through the Waterville Police Department, Operation Hope. They helped place me in detox in Augusta and shipped me to Portland, Maine. I spent the first 16 months at a highly structured men's sober house. In the last 8 months, I managed the house. I really needed to surround myself with a community of men who were in recovery and trying to save their own lives, such as I was. While managing the house, I was given the responsibility of making sure guys were meeting their recovery requirements and also administering urine screens and breathalyzers regularly. I also got very involved in the AA community in Portland by attending meetings and sharing my experience, strength, and hope when asked to do so. I have a home group, which is HA, which stands for Heroin Anonymous, and prior to COVID-19, we met at Portland Recovery Community Center every Sunday morning at 9. I have a sponsor that I meet once a week to check in with to talk about how things are going, and it keeps us both accountable. I have 5 sponsees at the moment, and I meet with each one of them once a week. I hold them accountable for their actions, and I guide them through the 12 steps, which in turn also holds me accountable. There have been many attempts at sobriety over the years, and I firmly believe that the difference this time around is my willingness to get involved within the recovery community and helping newcomers through the process. Over the last 21 months, I've been able to work a steady job, buy a car, get my own apartment, get treatment for my hepatitis C, and also start a relationship with my daughter, who I plan on meeting for the first time once the current world situation would allow me to do so. I truly believe from the bottom of my heart that I've received these gifts of sobriety because I've put my recovery community as well as my own recovery ahead of everything else in my life. Lastly, I just wanted to say that I'm extremely blessed and grateful for this amazing opportunity to speak to you guys, and I truly hope that I changed someone's views of a person in recovery trying to better their life. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Aaron Fry, and I serve as Maine's Attorney General. I appreciate this opportunity to join with you today here at the second annual Opioid Response Summit. It is so important that we come together at events like this because we need to rededicate ourselves to the important work of combating the opiate crisis that's taken root here in our state. Let me start off by expressing appreciation for the leadership that Governor Mills has shown in the face of this crisis. She has a demonstrated compassion for those who have been affected by this crisis. And she recognizes that it's going to take communities made up of people like you and me in order to get on the other side of this crisis. Furthermore, she recognizes that it's going to take summits like this where we can come together and make the connections necessary to chart the course forward on how we're going to get on the other side of this crisis. We all have talents and resources that when we bring them together to bear, we're going to have this fighting chance against the crisis. Let me tell you about what the Office of the Attorney General is doing as part of these efforts. First, on a quarterly basis, we release the Maine Drug Deaths Report. It's compiled by Dr. Marcella Sorg from the University of Maine in Orono. That report chronicles the tragic loss of life at the hands of this epidemic. And it also provides valuable information on what drugs are involved and at what rate, because this information is going to be important for those who are on the front lines to know what it is that they have to be on the lookout for and how to respond. Second, this office has continued a program that was instituted by Governor Mills when she served as AG. We provide Narcan to law enforcement agencies all across the state so that if a law enforcement officer is responding to an overdose, they have the tool that they need, Narcan, to revive that person. This program has saved lives and I'm going to continue to make sure that Narcan is provided by this office to those law enforcement agencies as long as I can. Third, and important to me, I am working to hold responsible those manufacturers and distributors who fueled the opioid crisis, not only in this state, but across the United States. I have brought a legal action against Purdue Pharma and members of the Sackler family for the practices that fed a large amount of drugs here into our state through practices that were frankly reprehensible. Meanwhile, the Sackler family pulled billions of dollars out of this crisis that they created. They should not keep that money. That money should come back and be directed towards abatement here in the state of Maine and across the United States. There are others that I'm pursuing in negotiations with other attorney generals across the United States. What's important, though, is understanding that I am working to hold responsible in a court of law those who have fueled this action. So those are some of the activities that I'm engaging in that, combined with your efforts and combined with your enthusiasm, we're really going to be able to get on the other side of this opiate crisis. So again, I want to express my appreciation to Governor Mills. I want to express my appreciation to the legislature and to all of you who are doing everything you can to get us on the other side of the ravages of the opiate crisis. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Regina Spencer. I am a 35-year-old single mother of two. I live in Caribou, Maine, and I am also a person living in recovery. As a young adult, I did experiment with drugs and alcohol as a way to cope with depression and anxiety, but I always had the mindset that I had it under control, that I could quit anytime I wanted to, that I wasn't really addicted, that it wasn't a problem, and I continued with that mindset until I was pregnant, found out I was pregnant with my first child. I was able to quit and stay sober for the birth of my child. But during that pregnancy, it was very rough for me. I started experiencing tremendous amount of pain, and the doctors didn't know where it was coming from, so they were just medicating. I was prescribed a lot of opiate pain medication, and until I was probably like 6 months pregnant, I finally met a surgeon that was able to diagnose and treat the problem. I had several surgical procedures, however, that did lead to more opiate pain prescriptions. And I continued using those pain medications right through until I found out I was pregnant with my son 3 years later. I was still experiencing pain, and then when my second pregnancy happened, I experienced most of the same complications. There was more pain medication prescriptions, and even after I gave birth to my son, I was still using the pain medication because I knew that without it, I was going to be very sick. I continued to use the opiate pain medication, and I got married in 2011. During that marriage, it was very hard for me. The marriage was not healthy, and I was using the pain medication to cope with the stresses of that relationship. It ended a year later, and that's when things got even worse. I was spending more and more time using the opiate pain medication, so there was more and more time of me withdrawing. I was sending my kids to stay with my mother so that they weren't going to see me sick, and I was calling out of work a lot. I ended up losing my job, which made things a lot more difficult because then now I was struggling to make ends meet, and I had 2 kids. So at that time, a friend of mine introduced me to heroin as a cheaper way to not be sick, and that's how I justified it, really. I said, I'm just going to use this so that I'm not sick, so that I can function. I need to get a job. That's what it was. But I discovered very quickly that heroin had other ideas. I became addicted very, very quickly, and it was way worse than anything I had ever experienced in my entire life. I was not only sick all the time, because when I didn't have it, I was extremely sick. When I did have it, I was just in no place to have my children. My kids were spending a majority of their time with my mother. I was still not working. Things were just not good. I became very depressed. I started sitting up at night when I was sick and researching different ways that I could commit suicide. And my kids, I had already felt like I had let everybody down. So, what was the point? I couldn't look in the mirror. I hated the person that I'd become. I was so ashamed of myself. I was disgusted with myself. There was just so many different negative emotions, and I had no idea how to deal with it. I was afraid that if I told somebody or if I went to rehab, then everybody would need to know that I had a problem, and I just wasn't ready to face that yet. I ended up developing a very severe infection from IV drug use, and that was when I decided I needed to come clean with my sister. My sister, I did tell her everything. I told her the extent of my addiction, and I reached out to AMHC. At that time, I was just begging for help, anybody to help me. That was going to be 6 years now in November. I was able to get into their MAT clinic and get on Suboxone. I am now working full time. Both of my kids are at home with me. I'm a very involved, very present parent. My kids have the best of me. I have the best of me. And all it took was reaching out, admitting that I needed the help. And there are so many people, the job that I'm doing now, I love it. I work with people in substance use recovery, and I do it because I want people to know that they're not alone, that there are other people out there that are struggling with much of the same thing. And I think that if more people knew about these programs and were aware of the help that's out there, there would be less trepidation to ask for that help. So that's my story. That's what I do. And thank you for listening.
Thank you so much for joining us. Those are very inspirational stories to hear, recovery stories to hear, and certainly we're thrilled to share our story of Macaulay residents with you today. I am Melissa Skane. I'm a Vice President of Mission Integration at Northern Light Mercy Hospital and have the privilege of overseeing Macaulay residents. I'd like to introduce my colleagues that also will be sharing the work of Macaulay residents. Each one of them plays a vital part, and it truly is the intent of this presentation is to show you how you could bring this to life in your own community, the critical pieces that need to be in place. So first, I'd like to introduce Kylie Foley. Kylie is a psychiatric nurse practitioner who specializes in pediatric and adolescents mental health. Her therapeutic practice is rooted in attachment theory and healing practices, healing practice of relationships, and she uses a combination of medication and psychotherapy when working with families. Kylie plays a vital role in Macaulay residents. Next is Cullen Ryan. Cullen is the Executive Director of Community Housing of Maine. Cullen, which is the largest housing provider for homeless or special needs populations in the state. Cullen is a master's level clinician and is an extremely well-known, very skilled advocate and leader in local, state, and federal policy development. Next is Natalie Vayu. Natalie is a licensed professional counselor and a parent educator. She's worked in a variety of roles for the past 25 years, serving patients and families. She works for the Opportunity Alliance and is currently the Director of Parent Education. And lastly is Wendy Anders. Wendy is an LCSW. She's the Senior Director of Community-Based Services at Sweetser, and the greater part of her career has been directing the school-based outpatient services, integrated behavioral health, and behavioral health homes, and adult community integration services at Sweetser. So we have a wonderful team that has come together to share the story of Macaulay. I'm going to share my screen and we'll walk through some slides with you. I invite questions along the way and do hope that you will share them. So the workshop objectives really are going to flow through the story of Macaulay, the essential partners and services. So as you look at your community, what you need to have in place, restorative relationships and that attachment theory, and then we'll share outcomes. So Macaulay Residence is a 2-generational program for women with children affected by substance use disorder. 2-generational means focused on both stakeholders very intentionally to ensure that each have their complex needs met. It's a deliberate phase system with critical milestones for both mom and children. We serve families, most often women have 10+ years of use. Most often their history of losing custody of children, they may have been incarcerated, severe trauma. So very, very complex. Moms and children too have significant attachment disorders, trauma, and have lived a very chaotic, most often violent life before they reach us. Phase one is all about reducing stress and ensuring that people have full access and ability to engage effectively and successfully in care and attention. Basic needs include housing, safety, food, and community. That sense of belonging is critical. Most often, families who are coming to us, it may be their first experience with being safe. So that is an incredible thing to offer. We also ensure that people have a comprehensive assessment. That one of the constants that we see for the families that we serve is that their interactions with the care system has been episodic at best. Most often it's fractured or care that is interrupted for a variety of reasons. And we make sure that they have that full comprehensive assessment. And we develop an external team of partners who certainly will provide us that assessment, but also the majority of the treatment that happens off-site. So it's an external team providing medication-assisted treatment, mental health services. Parenting is critical. There really is a great research around how it helps moms engage more effectively in treatment. Childcare services, ensuring that children have options for high quality childcare services, and then making sure that people have the ability to meet their primary care needs. On-site staff at Macaulay, we have LCSW, a licensed drug counselor, a professional parent coach, and then recovery coach or peer is also a critical component. That external team begins to communicate seamlessly with the on-site staff at Macaulay residents. And through that partnership, we deliver on-site targeted coaching and process groups that are very focused on the treatment modalities that are occurring off-site, but also driven towards outcomes. You'll hear a lot today about the goals and the drive that we have to ensure that all families really become their very best. So codependency groups, DBT mindfulness on site, community group. We also focus very much on nutrition, ensuring access to fresh fruit and vegetables. We offer on-site recovery-oriented groups. And then it is a very structured approach. So there's lots of program responsibilities such as curfew, random drug tests, apartment checks, and other programmatic expectations. Phase two usually occurs after 3 to 5 months. And phase two often begins the work of reunification of families. So we'll have on-site family team meetings. We work very closely with Child Protective Services, often the courts, as well as anybody else who is involved in this family's life with a focus on reunification. This can be weekly meetings. It's incredibly involved for the parent coach because they play a vital role in setting the stage for a healthy reunification. During phase two, it's also an aspirational phase where women really begin to look more directly at employment and career development, as well as higher education. There is much discussion around what could be, really trying to get people to think broadly about what their options are. We also spend significant time looking at financial recovery or financial planning and literacy, so that people can really begin to think about what they need to be a self-sustaining family. And most often women are acting as single parents. So really critical phase. Along with all of this aspirational work, all of phase 1 remains intact. So there is still ongoing treatment with both mental health and substance use disorder for both mom and children. And there is, certainly families are extremely busy maintaining all of that, as well as entering into this aspirational phase. There is constant communication with that external team, and we're all really assessing towards the goals that the family has set. Phase 3 is the transition period, and it's really critical component there is to solidify the external team that will carry this family forward. The beauty of Macaulay is when you exit our program, your team of providers remain intact. You do not have to start over. You have strong relationships, and you also remain connected at Macaulay through aftercare groups. We help with housing applications, as does Community Housing of Maine and Project Home. We make sure that people find a wonderful place to land. Parent coaching also is deeply involved. They set the stage for the next environment, making sure it's a warm and healthy home to transition into. And, it's still random drug tests, apartment checks, lots of check-ins are critical as well. They do participate in fewer groups and meet less often with on-site staff to begin that natural transition. So now I'd like to turn this to Cullen Ryan of Community Housing of Maine to share the piece on housing.
Thank you, Melissa. The first point I'd just like to make is that housing is foundational. No one can be expected to recover without access to housing. Is a bedrock and cornerstone of recovery. And housing is often the missing link to recovery and stability. It stops patterns of trauma. And housing stops people from ricocheting through our most expensive emergency system. Research has shown this repeatedly and unequivocally. Second, I just wanted to say that people are successful in housing when it is affordable and it includes support necessary for success. And this housing offers both, and the services are truly comprehensive. Third, I wanted to say that housing is a therapeutic part of the equation. The housing portion of Macaulay is intentionally designed to communicate dignity and respect. It is housing that anyone would feel proud to call home. And housing really is self-esteem. Feeling stable, safe, and good about your home helps contribute to a healthy self-esteem and is an antidote to trauma. Next, I wanted to say that recovery happens in community, and you heard some of that from our earlier speakers. This housing puts the person in the community while recovery unfolds. And support is right there, as is regular reality testing. People are actually encountering real-life tests of their sobriety while surrounded by support. And belonging, this is something that happens only in community, is also foundational. Belonging is the antidote to being othered or otherwise disenfranchised. And we heard earlier about loneliness. Sixth, I wanted to say that housing can be a partnership and a pathway to stability. In this model, the housing is separate from the services, but both work hand in hand. People living in this housing are establishing a stable rental history while going through a recovery program. Seventh, housing allows for family reunification. And this is family housing designed for the participant to reunify with their children, often previously removed from custody by the state. Again, we're believing and investing in a leap of faith in people, and this allows entire families to heal. And just a few things about my organization, Community Housing in Maine. We specialize in collaborative supportive housing, and that is service-enriched and affordable housing. CHOM's proud to partner to provide the housing portion of this collaborative. Three things about CHOM. All of CHOM's mission is collaborative. CHOM takes care of the housing, and collaborative service providers then have housing to use to place people they serve and do what they do best, which is to provide services. CHOM works to remove barriers to housing, and we are kind to people. It is important for housing to not add complexities. Making housing low barrier and readily accessible is key. And CHOM welcomes in people with very challenging rental histories and other background patterns that would typically be barriers to housing. And finally, CHOM invests in people and invests in dignity and hope. CHOM's housing communicates dignity and respect and stops stigmatization. The Macaulay residence is taking a leap of faith and investing hope in an individual. Together, we believe in people. It is important to have someone believe in you. It communicates empowerment, confidence, and worthiness. And with that, I'll turn it back over to you, Melissa. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Cullen. I think a critical piece to share is that women or families that are at Macaulay residence have the opportunity to practice being successful leaseholders. So while they're with us, they do engage formally with Community Housing of Maine, and they pay rent. They learn truly how to be successful tenants and members of community. And without housing, as Cullen mentioned, their ability to really stabilize and reunify with their children would be highly threatened. We would not have the outcomes that we do. So thank you. And now I invite Wendy Anders of Sweetsers to describe the behavioral health services and partnership with Sweetser.
Thank you, Melissa. Sweetser's role with this collaborative is to provide the clinical therapy for the women and the children of the Macaulay residents. Sweetser co-locates a licensed clinical social worker within the residence. The amount of time that the therapist is present at the residence will depend upon the specific needs of the population that is present at the time. The licensed therapist offers individual, family, group therapy as needed for the women and children residing at the residence. Because this is a team-delivered service, it is important that the therapist is a part of the milieu. This allows for a strong collaboration among the team members, but it also allows for the therapist to be able to observe the women and the children who are interacting with each other while managing their daily tasks and routines. This is helpful because the therapeutic growth doesn't just happen during that one-to-one time with either the mom or the child, but rather as they are interacting with each other in the community. So it's an opportunity for the therapist to be able to observe how the women and children are interacting with each other, and to provide opportunity for feedback and reflection during the day-to-day routine. The types of services that each family will receive will depend upon the specific needs. The therapist is a nationally trained individual with trauma-focused cognitive behavioral therapy, as well as other modalities of therapy. The women and children have often experienced some kind of trauma in their lives, and having a TFCBT, trauma-focused therapy trained individual on site is helpful. As the women and the children progress through their phases and prepare to return to the community, the therapist also plays a role in helping to develop a transition plan to make sure that the necessary therapeutic supports are available in the community as well, in order for the child and the family to be successful. We really enjoy the opportunity to be partners with the team at Macaulay Residence. And with that, I wanted to be able to turn this back over to Melissa.
No, I appreciate that. I think a critical piece to share here is that the complexity of the families is great. We routinely have both children and moms with, complex psychiatric diagnoses that need truly a team approach. So Sweetser, often can be delivering a wide variety of services to a family. At times we may have HCT, so the home community treatment. So we may have clinicians that go into the home. We may have a virtual residential program. We have a variety of different services depending on the complexity of the children. And what I love to watch is they form relationships while they're with us. And then they, as they transition in community, those are maintained. So it's a critical strength as folks find a new place for home. So the next partner I'd like to call forth is Natalie from the Opportunity Alliance to describe all that the CAP Community Action Program agency brings to Macaulay residents.
Thank you very much, Melissa. It's such a pleasure to be here. I was reflecting this morning that we've been, TOA has been informally collaborating with Macaulay for about 6 years and a more formalized partnership for 3 going on 4 years. There's been a lot of learning for both organizations during that time, and it's been a wonderful partnership. What does that partnership look like? As Melissa mentioned earlier, our parent coach is part of the on-site team at Macaulay. And that means that that staff person is fully housed there. So physically has office space, is there, participates in staff meetings, is part of decision making, is able to connect and collaborate with the on-site folks, as well as the off-site team that Melissa mentioned. That staff person brings with her to the work at Macaulay a wealth of knowledge and experience in best practices in parents and in parenting ed and in parent coaching models. She's been trained in various education, parenting, evidence-based parenting curriculum, as well as coaching models. She also brings with her a lot of experience working with child protective services, and so is able to bring that experience forward with work with moms who are involved with child protection. At TOA, we are very particular about our parenting tools. We absolutely feel that any model we use or curriculum or tool must be aligned with our philosophical approach, which is it must be strength-based, it must emphasize attachment, resiliency, and repair within the mother-child relationship, and it must be able to be delivered in a trauma-responsive, client-centered way. One benefit of this integrated partnership is that we've brought these parenting tools to Macaulay, and then Macaulay has taught us about things like stages of recovery and the phase model at Macaulay. So we've been able to enhance and adapt some of our coaching and parenting curriculums to more fully align and allow for a seamless service delivery from both the parenting piece and the other work that is happening ongoing at Macaulay with the moms. And also another benefit to being fully integrated into the Macaulay residents is that this staff person is able to connect the residents to a variety of other services available at our CAP agency, and either able to coordinate and communicate those services with warm handoffs, with in-person meetings, or knows the right people to connect the moms to. As Melissa had mentioned, some of those programs are childcare and Head Start programs, home visiting programs, which help with more support around developmental stages. We have early Head Start and Maine Families programs. There's also financial supports. We have a work-life advisor who can help with things like resumes and reducing barriers to work. All of these things can be easily delivered to the Macaulay residents via the parent coach. We also have a Parents as Partners program that has trained staff who can work with moms whose children are involved in state custody. And I know that the parent coach routinely connects that parent as partner for the Portland area to our Macaulay residents. So there's just a lot of richness and doing this holistic model that I think breaks down silos, creates more of a team feel, and allows for integrated goals that are created by the families that the whole team can embrace and move forward. It has been, as I mentioned, it's been a wonderful partnership. One of the things that I think, in addition to having Macaulay residents receive the very best in parenting ed, is that we at TOA have learned a lot about how to work compassionately and effectively with families that are being affected by substance use disorder. And we're taking that knowledge back and able to apply better practices, more responsive and compassionate practices in our work with others. So it's been a truly beneficial, deeply rewarding relationship and partnership. And with that, I will turn it back to you, Melissa, and thank you for allowing me to be here.
Great. I think a critical note here is that family reunification did not used to be a programmatic goal. It was not a priority for us when Macaulay started. And through the partnership with the Opportunity Alliance and learning about the potential of helping people to reconsider what they could be as a parent, provided us such an opportunity that now it is a programmatic goal. And as we share outcomes, you'll see an incredibly high rate of family reunification is now a part of our work. So it definitely has been a great partnership. Next, I'm going to talk a little bit about, essential for Macaulay partners really is around employment or education. It's important that people have, lots of new opportunities for them that may not have been afforded them in their family of origin or where they were previously in their recovery journey. So we partner directly with universities and community colleges and adult education. In our Bangor location, we are partnering formally with the Eastern Maine Community College to offer on-site college courses. They are pre-college courses, and we're excited to begin that as we welcome more families in Bangor. We also offer a weekly women's webinar. It's usually a seminar, but with COVID, it has shifted or adapted and now into a webinar that shows really introduces women to a wide variety of different opportunities that they could consider. We work closely with Goodwill Northern New England. They have been an incredible resource for us, and they are really help women connect with employment as well as a wide variety of other resources. We work with career centers. As Natalie mentioned, for children, it's truly, we are very focused on their education as well, and childcare centers, and also healthy family activities and child enrichment. Sometimes that is woven into the weekly women's seminar. It can be, an activity that they do together. But this employment and education has also been really important as folks enter the aspirational phase. Many left school, did not have a high school experience, so many left school in middle school. So, those pre-college courses and reconsideration of higher ed is definitely becoming more of a focus for us. And next, I'd like to invite Kylie Foley, psychiatric nurse practitioner, to describe the work she does at Macaulay.
Thank you, Melissa. My work really comes in at phase 2 when there starts to be some reunification with parents and their children. One of my colleagues tends to work predominantly with the mothers on MAT services, and I start to work with the children who have been affected by their mother's substance use disorders and affected in ways that mean separation, and they may have been exposed to violence, they may have been exposed or witnessed lots of trauma. One of the things I try to emphasize in terms of the attachment is these mothers are the experts on their children. And as they're the experts, part of my role is to build up their own strength and their own confidence about their ability to parent. In attachment theory, we often think about the role of the relationship being the most healing thing we can work on. And understanding that all relationships, even the most secure relationship, ebbs and flows. And that's why we also talk about the ability to do this repair work. When we can start to talk about relationship repair, we begin to instill a message of hope. And that message of hope really builds resilience for both the mother and their child or their children. We need to recognize that insecure attachments can be generational, so doing the repair work early really helps to prevent ongoing insecure attachments. Some of this work is done when a child will come to me, and it may be early in their reunification stage. And one of the first things I do when they're in my office is just sit and watch the behavior of both the mother and the child going back and forth so that I can really attune to what everybody's individual needs are. As I start to understand those needs, I want to then communicate these needs back to the mom, the parent partner, and even bring the child into this. It's this idea that if I can start to talk about attachment in a way that becomes everyday life, the relationship will start to heal and grow, and that will allow both the mother and the child to blossom. I think it's important to note that we're not just looking at the attachment needs between the mother and the child. We're often trying to do repair work for the mother herself, as she has likely experienced some level of attachment loss, whether that loss comes to her through trauma, through relationships that have been severed due to substance use. And so we want to start to do the repair work with her, then the repair work in the relationship. And then that relationship starts to fuel resiliency for both the mother and her child. One of the ways I talk about this, because attachment theory can be, sort of heavy. We can do a lot of psychobabble around it, and that's not always the best way to communicate what this looks like. So I often will say to moms and their children that I want them to picture the old time radios where you used to have to use a dial to tune into a station. And attachment is really about tuning that station in to your child's needs. And it's not just getting the station right, it's getting the volume right. And so I think many of us can remember the experience of perhaps sitting in our car and trying to find the radio station, and we'd get close, but it would be staticky. And that static in a relationship often leads to frustration, can lead to episodes of irritability, and can lead to attachment ruptures. So some of the work that I do is to say to parents, in these moments of high emotionality, of a lot of emotions being expressed, what I want you to do is take a deep breath and listen to what radio station you're on, what radio station your child is on. And then figure out which station do we need to be on. So for instance, if the mom is listening to hard rock and the child is listening to classical, that's hard to create an attachment. What we want to do is either bring the mother to the child to the mother, or actually, ideally, find something in between. And so that work is about these small clues. This is the attunement. This is getting to sort of the heart of everybody's needs. And once we're attuned and once we're on the same station, it's an opportunity to then really understand what the behaviors are telling us. Oftentimes, these behaviors are based in trauma, and so understanding our trauma triggers and our deep roots of trauma help us to then understand what's getting in the way, what's causing static in this relationship. Once the static starts to be eliminated, we can then really focus on resiliency, really focus on this idea that providing one consistent caregiver for the child really allows a springboard for the child's social, emotional, and educational needs. By helping moms understand that really being present and attuned to their child, we're setting their child up for the best future possible. We're decreasing the likelihood of risk-taking behaviors. Risk-taking behaviors can include substance use disorders, and we're ultimately beginning to heal both levels of attachment and providing the best possible future for this mother and her children. I try and instill a deep message of hope, of promise, of compassion, and empathy. Thank you, Melissa, for allowing me to be part of this work.
Thank you so much, Kylie. So I just have one more slide, and then we will certainly take some of the questions that we've received. This is actually from the Center for Developing Child at Harvard, and it really describes what we do at Macaulay Residence. We focus on responsive relationships, as you've heard from everybody who's presented. We strengthen the core life skills through the coaching model that we deliver at Macaulay with our external partners and internal team. And then we reduce the sources of stress in these families' lives so that we can deliver the care in a well-regulated and welcoming environment. And the outcomes are dramatic. Over time, we've been at this for 11 years. 78% remain engaged and abstinent from illicit substances. 96% of the families reunify with their children. 58% are employed. 100% engage in primary and behavioral health services, and 37% pursue higher education. So very dramatic outcomes over time. Some of the questions that we have received are, where is the Macaulay Residence in Bangor? It is located on Ohio Street, and certainly welcome contact if you want further information about that location. We also have a question around, does Macaulay Residence accept MAT? We welcome absolutely any evidence-based treatment. So many of the women who are at Macaulay are on medication-assisted treatment, and we absolutely welcome it. There also is a question from Farmington, or a acknowledgement that there is a homeless shelter closing up there, and the housing needs are crucial in the Farmington area, and that's a great thing to bring forth. And then also a question around parenting classes, like what are the specific topics? And I don't know, Natalie, if you would like to respond to that.
Sure, if we have time. Yes, we draw very quickly. We draw from several evidence-based curriculums. Circle of Security is one of them. Nurturing Families is another, which can be Googled. But really, as said before, really focus on the relationship. And also brain-based, helping parents understand what's happening in their own brains and what's happening in their children's.
Great. Well, thank you everybody for joining us today. We certainly welcome any contact. We do have one more question. What about fathers? So co-parents are absolutely welcomed to be involved. They are certainly, a lot of women do co-parent. They don't live on site, for the 2-year length of stay that most women choose, but they are able to partner. Another question is around how many beds. So currently in Portland, we have 15. 15 families. We often have 30 plus children. Bangor, we have just launched. So we have the ability to serve 15 families. So if you are looking to refer families to that location, feel free to contact me. And we are also expanding in Portland. So do hope to bring this to more families over time.
Hi, my name is Chantel St. Lauren, and I'm a person in long-term recovery. I celebrated 4 years of recovery on May 5th. I'm really grateful for this opportunity to be here today to share with you my experience of being a woman with substance use disorder. I didn't know what substance use disorder was. I didn't know that when I picked up a substance, I may not be able to put it back down. I didn't know that I would do things without my consent, without my permission, against my will. I grew up in a loving home. My dad worked really hard and my mom stayed home and took care of me. I was in high school. I was captain of my soccer team. I was class president for a year. I took college classes my junior and senior year. I went to Orono to major in pre-med and biology. But I drank and used a bunch of other drugs throughout high school. And I experienced trauma as a child. And I didn't know that that was a catalyst to substance use disorder. I didn't know that the opposite of substance use disorder was connection. And I really had disconnected myself from my peers, from my family, and I wasn't completely honest or vulnerable with them. And I always kept everybody at arm's length. For me, I used because I didn't want to feel and I wanted to change how I felt. I was constantly feeling guilty and shameful. I felt alone and sad. And for me, I thought that like I would be able to stop, but I couldn't. And I ended up doing all the things that I said that I would never do. I felt like I was different, like that I wouldn't fall to be somebody with substance use disorder, like I had a choice, because I didn't. Once I picked up, I wasn't able to put it back down. And when I was 22 years old, I found out that I was pregnant, and there again, I thought I'd just be able to put it down, but I couldn't. And when I had my daughter a month after, my best friend committed suicide, and he also suffered from substance use disorder. And my life just spiraled from there. I just felt alone and like nobody understood. Nobody had experienced the things that I had experienced, and I separated myself and continued to do things against my own will. You know, I found myself in detox and in intensive outpatient programs and methadone clinics and cop cars, and you know, I did use medicated assisted treatment, and it was very beneficial for me. Today I follow a 12-step pathway, and my recovery is one of complete abstinence, but I believe that all pathways to recovery are beautiful, and no two are the same because we're all individuals and it looks different on everybody, but that's the beauty of it. What works for me doesn't work for somebody else, and that's okay. My life today is completely different than what it was before. I, started to make connections with people. I started to get involved and volunteer. I found myself advocating at our state house, and then in Washington, D.C. I got to have a seat at a table and share my experience. Today, I am a recovery coach at Recovery Connections of Maine, and I just graduated from CM with my associate's degree. I get to take my test next month to be a certified alcohol and drug counselor, and I start school this fall for my bachelor's degree. And I'm really just extremely grateful. And if I can do this, anybody can do this.
Good morning, everyone. We're delighted to be here today to talk to you about our program at Maine General Medical Center, supporting substance-exposed infants and their families using the Attachment and Biobehavioral Catch-up Intervention, or ABC. My name is Elaine O'Connor, and I practice addiction medicine. I specialize in the care of pregnant women with substance use disorders, have been treating them since 2007, and I've cared for hundreds of moms at this point. I am also the clinical lead of the new Maine Maternal Opioid Misuse Initiative. If anyone has any questions about that, the Maine Mom Program, we will be really working to expand access to services for pregnant women across the state through this work. And I'm delighted to be joined by Liam Shaw, who's also on the screen. Liam is a community programs coordinator for Maine General Medical Center's Edmund Irvin Pediatric Center. Liam is also a licensed clinical social worker and one of only 2 ABC trained parent coaches within the state of Maine. So I'm really here going to share my screen to show you some slides. So I'm here to really set up pregnant women with substance use disorders, so to really understand what the issues are here in Maine. So as you can see with this slide, Maine has one of the highest rates of substance-exposed pregnancy in the entire nation. Maine leads the nation along with Vermont and West Virginia. About 1 in every 12 pregnancies in the state of Maine are substance exposed, so about 8%. That works out to be approximately about 1,000 pregnancies per year. And I just want to give you a sense of sort of what moms experience who are pregnant with a substance use disorder. So first of all, it's very, very common for these pregnancies to be unplanned. So it's not uncommon for me to walk in a room with a mom who's just learned she's pregnant, is completely overwhelmed, not sure what she wants to do, is really worried about her substance use during pregnancy, and just sort of in this overwhelming state of anxiety. So I think the most important thing for a mom to really feel in that very first interaction with her is that you're here to care for her, to create a warm and comfortable environment, and to really remind her that being in treatment is the very best thing she can do during pregnancy, and that using medication for addiction treatment, such as buprenorphine or methadone, is really the standard of care during pregnancy. Oftentimes they feel as if they want to stop cold turkey, but that is unlikely to be very successful. Certainly recurrent relapses present a much greater risk. So really getting her in treatment is the way to go. Moms who have substance use disorders have often experienced many adverse childhood experiences, or ACEs. So examples of ACEs would include substance use disorders within the home, mental health disorders within the home, violence, potentially instabilities with relationships, so like maybe a parent being in jail or something like that. And we do see what we call a dose-response relationship. So the more ACEs that mom has experienced, the more likely she is to have a substance use disorder. So moms with substance use disorders also very likely to have a co-occurring mental health disorder. In our practice, it's probably 85 to 90% have a co-occurring mental health disorder. That's often anxiety, depression, post-traumatic stress disorder, bipolar disorder. Super important to monitor for those symptoms, to get her the treatment that she needs. Counseling is often required for both the substance use disorder and for the mental health disorder. Also important to consider that she's likely to have more than one substance use disorder. So the vast majority of the moms I see have an opiate use disorder. Certainly it's an overwhelming issue, as you've already heard about here in Maine. But many moms with opiate use disorder also use cigarettes, so they have a nicotine use disorder. That's 85 to 90% of moms with opiate use disorder also are smoking. We're certainly seeing a lot of alcohol use during pregnancy, and that's one we really try to focus on because that certainly is associated with the greatest risks potentially. We are seeing, as we've talked about, more stimulant use disorder as well. So that would be cocaine or certainly methamphetamine, which is really growing in this state. So certainly pregnant women are not immune to that, and that's out there as well. About 50% of our moms also use cannabis. So we're always trying to work with them to just reduce exposure to some of these other substances. So harm reduction really during pregnancy is the way to go. Any reductions in use is helpful. And we really just try to work with moms and engaging them in treatment. Many have experienced past or present, oftentimes both, intimate partner violence. So that certainly can be verbal abuse, physical abuse, sexual trauma. Certainly if you look at the literature, talk to any of my patients, it's probably 90% of women with substance use disorders have either past history or ongoing intimate partner violence. It's very important to talk to moms alone for that reason, to make sure that they feel safe and that there's not someone near them that could be at risk for them. So because of all these things, that mom's been through, she has a really hard time developing healthy attachments and relationships. She's often fearful. The overwhelming sense of low self-esteem, that they can't do anything right is omnipresent when you care for these women. And she's often in unstable, volatile, and unpredictable relationships. I think the other thing that moms experience so much is stigma. There's no group that's more stigmatized, in my opinion, than pregnant women with substance use disorders. They experience it, everywhere. Their family shames them, get off that medication. They feel like they go to the pharmacy and they're judged. And even other patients with substance use disorders will judge my pregnant patients, very strongly. So it's a really hard situation that they're in. So a little bit about substance exposed infants. So infants that are exposed to opioids, so that could be, buprenorphine or Suboxone, as some may know that term, or methadone or any other opioid during pregnancy, are at risk of something called neonatal abstinence syndrome. So some of the symptoms of that would include irritability, tremor, poor feeding, crying, and difficulty being consoled. It's a very treatable condition for sure. So we keep these babies in the hospital for at least 5 days after birth, sometimes longer. But we do sometimes see that syndrome kind of last longer. So they sometimes do go home and they're still kind of irritable and hard to console. And so it's sort of the perfect setup for a challenge with that, just like the last person said, just getting the mom and the baby on the same page. The other real challenge is, again, mom is feeling a tremendous amount of shame, particularly when the baby goes into withdrawal. That occurs because the source of the opioids is cut off, when the baby is delivered, the umbilical cord is cut. And so if the baby is really having a strong set of symptoms, that's often really hard for mom. She feels like, this is my fault. I did this, it's really important to provide that comfort and that support to mom that she did the very best thing she could by being in treatment. Many of these infants experience disruptions in care. So we know that half of all the child removals in Maine from a Department of Health and Human Services CPS perspective is related to substance use. So the baby might go in and out of mom's care over the course of the first 2 years of life if mom is really struggling. So again, for successful attachments to occur, mom and infant really need to be on the same page and learn to read and respond to each other's cues. And that's one of the things we really noticed when we started doing group postpartum visits at my practice. So I would see the mom and the babies trying to interact for 90 minutes. And sometimes you'd really see that struggle in both ways. So you'd see the baby's really struggling to sort of attach to mom, maybe kind of irritable, wanting to be put down. And then mom's really struggling to sort of read the babies correctly. So what's ABC? So ABC is this wonderful intervention that was developed by the University of Delaware and Mary Dozier, who's phenomenal. It's designed for infants and young children who are 6 to 24 months. The program we're actually offering goes back to pregnancy. So we're doing the modified ABC to really try to get people engaged in learning really from the get-go. So it's for infants who've experienced early adversity and who may be susceptible to pushing their caregivers away. It has 3 targets. So nurturance when the child is distressed. So just the constant sense of care, of presence, of love, attention, and the really important part is making sure that they experience that every time. So it's a warm environment. So if the baby's distressed, you can return to mom and, you know, is consoled and comforted by mom. It's following the lead with delight. So mom's engaging, being responsive to what the baby's doing, you know, maybe modeling what the baby's doing, and again, being predictable and warm, and so that the baby every time experiences that same environment with mom. We also work to avoid frightening and intrusive behavior, you know, to really try to not overstimulate the baby. So that's another big piece. All of these targets are thought to improve attachment quality and develop early self-regulation, so the baby's ability to respond to its environment. Our ABC program is actually the only one north of New York City and the only one in the world that focuses exclusively on moms with opiate use disorder. So, you know, it's challenging, oftentimes sort of reaching and engaging this population, but we think this is a group that's incredibly in need of both these skills and these services. So what are some of the outcomes associated with ABC? The children are more likely to be securely attached to their caregivers, more likely to develop normative stress hormone patterns. So we don't see the sort of spikes in cortisol that you sometimes see with chronically stressed infants or even adults. They tend to develop better impulse control. So they're more able to sort of respond to things that frustrate them, less likely to show anger during a challenging task, easier time switching back and forth between complex tasks. So basically, they're just able to adapt to their environment, kind of respond to cues, and you know, engage in healthy sort of normative patterns much better than if they were not given this intervention. And they have more advanced receptive language abilities. And we also see certainly that parents respond to their young children with more sensitivity. I think one of the really amazing things as I learned more about the ABC program is really how long these positive things last. That, you know, they'll look at kids who are 9 to 10 years of age who experienced ABC when they were, you know, 6 months to 2 years, and they still see, you know, children with healthier than average or self-regulation and ability to interact with their environment. So this is really investing in these kids at this point in their lives can really change the course of their lives, which I think is what we're all trying to do as we try to, you know, really fix this problem from a statewide perspective. So Liam's going to talk now about the overview of the ABC model.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. O'Connor. I'm excited to join you guys today. I just wanted to connect a little bit before getting to the overview of the ABC. Just wanted to connect sort of this attachment-focused work with some of the comments made earlier by I believe her name was Chantel. She talked a lot about connection, and really that's what we're looking at. We're looking at connections between parents and their children, and I think it's really relevant to people in recovery, because what we're looking at is we're trying to create and reinforce that bond between the parents and the child, which we all know can assist people who are going through the process of recovery. So let me give you an overview of ABC, Attachment Biobehavioral Catch-up Model, but I'm just going to refer to it as ABC because that's quite a mouthful. So what is it? What does it look like? What do we do? What's the magic, really? So it's 10 sessions. Most sessions are about an hour. Some go a little longer. Some go a little shorter. But basically, the whole intervention is really 10 sessions. It's delivered in the home, and that is really key, right? If you think about working with a parent that's struggling, or you're trying to really understand what the parent's environment is like, it's one thing to work with the parent and the child in a office, you know, and it's a whole nother thing to go to their home, to sit on their couches, to have conversations with them in their home. And Dr. Mary Dozier, who developed this model, really felt very strongly about this and really wanted to make sure that when we were working with parents to basically sort of change their behavior in a positive way, that the best place to do it was in the situation where they're interacting with the children the most and where their parents are the most comfortable, and that obviously would be the home. ABC, we're going to work with the primary caregiver or caregivers. The wonderful thing about ABC is that it's a really flexible model. So we have parents that are single parents, single moms that we're working with, and I have a case that I'm working with that's a biological mom, biological dad, and grandparents that have custody of the children, and the mom and the dad have visitation, and I work with all four at the exact same time doing ABC. So it's a wonderfully flexible model. Siblings are welcome to interact. It's not one of these kind of cold sterile models where we lock everybody else in the room and keep everybody out. There's animals walking through. Sometimes there's grandparents, there's other people. It's designed to really work with whatever the environment is that the child lives in. It's been done not by us, but it's been done across the country in different places, homeless shelters, hotel rooms, things like that. So it's a super flexible model, and really starts where the parent and the child are. It's manualized, right? It's an evidence-based practice. It's really the gold standard for attachment work with kids under the age of 2. It's got 2 components. One is in the moment commenting, which I'm going to try to explain briefly, but try to explain in just a few slides. And that's the real-time feedback that we're providing the parents. And there's also some session-by-session content as well that we go through. And so if you imagine those 10 sessions, what you can think about for the first half of those sessions, for the first 5, we're really focusing on strengths. It's a very strength-based model, and it's designed to build up and really focus on what the parents are already doing well. As we get into the second half of the work, we're providing, again, strength-based, but just a little bit more feedback to the parent and kind of trying to shape those behaviors as well. So the session-by-session content starts off strength-based, and then we eventually, within sort of session 7, session 8, talk a little bit more about some past issues that might affect people's ability to connect with their children. So we just wanted to put in some in-the-moment comments to give you an example of what that means, right? So if I'm working with a parent, on any given sort of 60 seconds, so every minute, ideally, I'm observing the parent, and ideally I'm making comments. Now, a perfect comment has sort of 3 components. I don't always do that very often, but when I'm on my game, I do. So I'm going to break down the 3 components. So let's say I'm working with a mom, and the baby's a year and a half old, and they're toddling around a little bit and falls down and bumps her knee or something like that. What I want to say, the comment that I want to make to mom, and let's say mom, goes over and does exactly what we want, because she's a wonderful mom and she's very nurturing. So first thing I want to do is I want to describe the behavior that I saw. So I say, when she fell down, you went right over and picked her up, right? So that's one aspect of the in-the-moment commenting. I'm describing the behavior, what exactly I saw the mom do. The second part is that I want to say something like, that's a great example of you nurturing her, right? So remember, nurturance is one of those ABC targets that we're trying to really reinforce in the mom. So I'm talking about what I saw for the behavior, and then I'm connecting it exactly to a target for ABC. Now, the third part is the trickiest part, but if I'm really on my game, then I'm gonna include a comment that's gonna kind of talk about how mom's behavior is helping the child, not only in the moment, but in the long term. So I'll say something like, she'll not only develop trust in you, but also in others. So when a mom, I'll say something like, when you respond to her like that, she's gonna learn to trust you, and she's gonna learn to trust others. As we know with attachment, that's huge, right? So we're trying to connect not only the behavior exactly that happened, how it's connected to an ABC target, but also research, right? As Dr. O'Connor said, what they found amazingly was you could work with moms and do these 10 sessions, so literally like 10 hours, and they will go back and look at these kids that went through this experience 5 years later, and there's still outcomes. So they're really trying to connect these targets with the research-backed outcomes. So again, what do these 10 sessions look like? Session 1 and 2, we're looking at providing nurturance. 3 and 4, we're following the lead. And following the lead is basically just we're allowing the children to play and do some activities, and instead of the parent telling the kid what to do and teaching the kid specific things, we're actually following the lead that the child sets. 5 and 6, we're avoiding intrusive behaviors and threatening behaviors, right? Because that can really dysregulate kids that are already struggling. 7 and 8, we're getting a little more intense. We're talking about voices from the past. And then sessions 9 and 10, we're really consolidating. Okay, so what are we tracking? So we're really looking at outcomes around maternal and infant attachment. Really, that's the key. So we're also doing some pre and post work on recording maternal self-efficacy and depression scores pre and post ABC intervention. That's key, right? If we found that when parents feel like they have self-efficacy, they feel like they're doing a good job, it's a upward sort of cycle with things. They function better, the kids function better, and things like that. So we're looking at moving forward with that. And we're also looking at the mom status and substance use recovery throughout the enrollment in the program, right? Because we're really trying to say, hey, if you're connected with your kid and you're feeling like a good parent, is that helping you along with your recovery? All right, if you can, we can move forward to the slides about what the patients say. And these are direct quotes from our patients, so we didn't make these up. These are really wonderful things that the people have said. So they talk about ABC has been beneficial for me because I've been learning to take quality time with my children. Again, so it's a coaching model. So we're in there working with the parents every week, and we're really focusing on positive aspects of the parent and really helping them have quality time with their children. I'm really able to have a positive impact on my baby's development that will stay with him into the future. So we're trying to help parents understand the things that you're doing with their baby at this time when their brain's developing is going to help them in the long term. And the other thing is, I've been able to use ABC to better connect with my 6-year-old daughter, delighting in her to make it so that she knows how much she is loved and impact has on me. So obviously, ABC is an intervention for kids up to the age of 2, but that doesn't stop the parent from using some of the same strategies with older kids and understanding how important it is to connect with them. And I know I'm running short on time, Dr. O'Connor, so I'll whip through these and then we'll be able to get through to some questions. So both of my children will grow up knowing that they have our support forever, no matter what, and this will hopefully help them to make more healthy relationships with others while also teaching them proper coping mechanisms and self-confidence. Again, that was a direct quote from a mom with in our program, so we're not feeding words to her. ABC has benefited my showing me different techniques to interact with my children, as well as give me confidence that I was using the right tools to ensure my son has the brightest future possible. So when we do the strength-based stuff, we're already showing parents that they're doing a good job already. We're just reinforcing that. And a lot of parents who suffer from SUD second guess themselves. There's a lot of shame, like Dr. O'Connor said. So ABC has shown me that I shouldn't be second guessing myself, instead focusing my energy on my faith that I'm doing everything possible to ensure my child has the best opportunity to live a happy life. Implementation experience so far has been fantastic. I mean, we've had a great response to the program. We've just have this amazing, committed, and collaborative team at Maine General. What we found, we struggled a little bit sometimes to get moms to commit to the service, right? Because it's pretty intensive. But what we found was once we got a mom through that first session, we basically had almost nobody who dropped out of the service, and it had a really low no-show rate and things like that. So that's been fantastic. The challenge is obviously everybody else is dealing with them, COVID. Sometimes parents, the partner has a little bit of a discomfort about having somebody come in their home. There's a videotaping requirement that can freak people out as well. But again, usually once they spend time with us and they understand that it's a pretty positive intervention. More information, please definitely, if you're interested in this, check out the ABC website. It's right there. We have some contact information for the fantastic team at University of Delaware. You have Dr. O'Connor's contact information and myself. We both want to just really thank the John T. Gorman Foundation for supporting our project. Like Dr. O'Connor said, we're the only program north of New York City. We're the only program that's focusing on moms with OUD. So we really appreciate their support. And did that leave enough time for questions, Dr. O'Connor?
That's fantastic. Thank you. So we have a couple of sort of specific questions about sort of where we practice, and we're, Maine General is located central Maine, so largely serving the folks of Kennebec and Somerset counties. Although our, pregnancy program really reaches a much broader group, so we do certainly travel further distances to work with these folks. At this point, we're serving patients who are enrolled at our hospital in our program for pregnant women with substance use disorders, or infants that have been exposed if mom wasn't necessarily a patient of ours during the pregnancy. So there are other routes in. There was a specific question about the use of combination therapy or monotherapy, otherwise known as sort of Suboxone and Subutex during pregnancy. That's a common thing right now. So we're really working toward using combination therapy during sort of throughout to reduce the care medication transitions for mom. And we're really finding that Suboxone or the combination therapy is just as safe during pregnancy. The state Maine Opioid Clinical Advisory Council just wrote a position on this topic. And the American Society of Addiction Medicine has also weighed in and said it's just fine. So that's two very specific questions. Liam, I'm wondering, there's some questions here around how do we sort of integrate this program with other support services, so other programs in the community, or how do we sort of continue caring for these children as they grow, and maybe an opportunity to talk about the other work that you're doing.
Yeah, so the wonderful thing about ABC is we can work with a wide variety of other programs. We have parents who are involved with DHS, definitely. We even have a case or two where the parents don't have custody. As long as DHS approves, we can provide the service. We can work with Maine families. We have a lot of people who also have home visiting services and nurses that come in and work with them as well. So we really try to work with whoever is there to support the parents, definitely with recovery services as well. What we try to do, obviously, is make sure that the family has supports, because our intervention goes 10 sessions, and usually we're done before the second birthday. So we want to make sure that we've connected parents to ongoing services, case management if need be, and other interventions for the kids.
That's great. Yep, no, that's great. Thanks. One of the other thoughts were sort of, or questions around how has it been sort of working with these moms. And I think it's really the best thing from my clinical perspective in watching these moms is, again, sort of the real impact this has had on their self-esteem and their sort of sense of self-efficacy, a sense that they can support their babies, care for them in a healthy way, that that they're doing something right, because I think for so long they've been told that they're only doing things that are wrong. So all this positive feedback that they're getting on what they're doing well is so much more than probably they've ever had in their lives. So real opportunities to really enhance both their lives of the mom and the infant. So Liam, I don't know if you have other thoughts. There are not too many more specific questions other than we're happy to share the contact information again. And again, we're hoping to expand this a little bit broader, but so questions about could we go to other counties and stuff, or if you have any other sort of closing thoughts, by all means, provide them.
Sure. Yeah, and like Dr. O'Connor said, really the issue around shame and around a lot of these parents feel like they're not good parents and that they haven't done a good job. So when you go in with this strength-based intervention, and the beauty of videotape is that you can go back and you can show parents specifically, look how you did a great job with that. This is how you're helping your child when you do that. you can just see the self-efficacy and the pride coming back into parents' responses to their kids, and it's really wonderful. So it's really a powerful intervention for the parent, for the kid. It's connected to long-term outcomes for the child doing better in school and things like that, and it's also connected to the parents doing better. So it's a really fantastic intervention, and it's a lot of fun. Yes, like Dr. Arcana said, we're working with the state of Maine and other places to look at, can we expand ABC and have it more available. Right now, it's just in the central Maine area, but we're hoping at some point in the next year or two that we would have some availability to go statewide and share this wonderful intervention with anybody that would need it.
And then one last question around how are we documenting and sharing this work? So we're, the folks at Delaware are really tracking the attachment outcomes as part of their sort of ongoing research work. And again, we're the only group in the world studying it just on patients with substance use disorder. So this is, going to add some very important information to sort of the literature on this topic. Clinically, I'm most interested in the parts around the depression and self-efficacy again. So we're going to look at pre and post. One of the challenges, of course, is that COVID interrupted all of this and is a variable that obviously we didn't anticipate or account for, but we will do that. So, how that has impacted things. Certainly, we were not able to go in the home for an extended period of time. And obviously, everybody's experiencing the stress of COVID. So that's something that we're going to have to figure out. But I will just say, on the ground, it has been remarkable to really witness, transformations in how moms feel about themselves, and ultimately, ensuring that the children have the best hope for a future. I mean, I know all of us who are on this, at this conference today, really would like to not have another generation of folks with a substance use disorder, to really stem the tide, so to speak. And I think this work is really having a meaningful difference, both in terms of keeping moms engaged and in recovery and doing well, and then also just giving the kids the opportunity to have the very best life and the very best start. So it's really been incredibly rewarding, and hopefully we'll be able to deliver it to a broader audience. One more minute, Liam. Do you have any other closing thoughts on that?
Just that everyone has our contact information. We only gave you a tiny little bit about ABC. So if you're interested, check out the website that we gave you. And if you're interested in learning more or talking to us more about how ABC might work in Maine, feel free to reach out to either one of us, and we'd love to try to talk with you about that.
Absolutely. And the PowerPoint is available on the website. There was just a question up there about that. So it has our email addresses, information about the ABC, a way to actually contact the University of Delaware if you have more specific questions about the model. So we just want to thank you so much for coming today, and really appreciate it. So thanks for giving us the opportunity to share this work. We're very grateful.
Thank you.
Hey there, my name is Katie. I'm 30 years old, and I'm a mother of 3 and a fiance. Prior to my recovery, I used heroin intravenously for 5 years, and during that time I was working in the sex industry. Doing heroin and working in the sex industry made it extremely difficult to find a respectable job and also to become a member of my community. I started my recovery in November of 2015. And to me, what that means is that I abstained from a lifestyle of drugs and alcohol. I did have a slip up in July of 2019 where I overdosed at a bus station, and my 5-year-old daughter was present and is the reason I'm here today. Including that overdose, I have been Narcan 4 times in my life. Consequent to that overdose, I lost custody of my children, and shortly after that became homeless. During my homelessness, I sought out the Roads to Recovery Community Center as a volunteer, and I did this as a means to strengthen my recovery because I wasn't doing an IOP because I was still clean after my overdose. In addition to reaching out to volunteer, I started seeking out a mental health professional and got on mental health medication as well as Vivitrol. I did end up getting a paid volunteer position via the workforce development program, at the Roads to Recovery Community Center, and shortly after that I got an apartment in Caribou, which is in the same town that the center's in. Toward the end of COVID, after working with DHHS for almost a year, I was reunified with my youngest daughter, who now lives with me in Caribou in our apartment. After COVID and things started to reopen, I gained unemployment through AMHC at the Roads to Recovery Community Center. Due to my connections not only with AMHC but with ACAP, I was able to get childcare at the Head Start Center, which is directly next door to my apartment. In my recovery, I have got in a lot of deep connections within the community. I know many of the substance abuse and mental health counselors at a number of different facilities. I'm well connected with ACAP. I have connections with Eric, who's the manager of our center, and AMHC, and I work with the PD to help distribute naloxone in our county. Prior to my recovery, I was not someone that was a good example for others, and now I would say that I am a good example for others in recovery, as well as those seeking recovery, and just women navigating through life. I have a passion for the women and children's movement in Aroostook County, and I work daily to try and strengthen and grow that, because it's very close to my heart, being that I did lose my children, and I'm still working to be reunified with them, some of them. For the first time in my life, I can say that I feel that I am a respected member of my community. I can bring things to the people here, and I see it firsthand, and I feel like I am, for the first time ever, a positive role model who has something pretty valid to offer. I thank my recovery and Vivitrol, my mental health professional, and my community center, because I would definitely not be standing where I am today without them. They have helped my self-confidence, my mothering, just me as a person significantly, and I have lived a very happy life today because of recovery. And it's possible, and we're here and we're doing it every day. So thanks for hearing me.
Good morning again. I'm still Gordon Smith, the state's director of Opioid Response. I hope you've enjoyed the content this morning. I am so appreciative of former Attorney General, former Surgeon General Murthy and Commissioner Lambrou. I thought that was an incredible hour discussion, but I'm also very, very appreciative of all the breakout sessions and the tremendous preparation that people have put into their presentations, including certainly the Voices of Recovery. Before I introduce Governor Mills, I wanted to make just a couple comments. There's a couple of housekeeping things. There have been questions about the books. We're very committed to everyone that's registered receiving a copy of Dr. Murthy's book. And when you receive your evaluation form, there'll be a check mark to make whether you want us to mail you your copy of the book or whether you'd be willing to go to your local recovery center. There are 13 recovery centers in the state, and we'd like to have you visit the recovery center and pick up your book there. But either way, we're committed to all of you receiving a copy. Secondly, that when you go from one stream to another, from one breakout session, set of breakout sessions to the other, it's possible that when you come back, you're asked to enter your name and email again, but I suspect that all of you have figured that out by now. Let me begin my brief comments by saying that Governor Mills and I have been working on this opioid issue together with many, many other wonderful partners since about 2015. As Attorney General, she was one of the foundational members of our Maine Opiate Collaborative, and a lot of the work that was done in 2015 in the Maine Opiate Collaborative and with the 22 community forums that were facilitated by our friend Carol Kelly, a lot of those ideas did end up being in not only the 10-point plan that Governor Mills released during the campaign, but also in Executive Order 2, which was presented on February 6th of 2019 last year, just 2 days after I started my position. So you'll remember Executive Order 2, we really said we were going to keep people alive, we're going to buy a lot of Narcan, and we've purchased over 35,000 doses of Narcan. Since 2015, when Governor Mills, as Attorney General Mills, began to distribute Narcan to law enforcement, we've had nearly 1,500 documented reversals. So while it's very disappointing to see the overdose deaths increase, as they have in many other states, it would be far worse if we had not taken this action 18 months ago. We also are now treating people in the jails and the prisons for substance use disorder. We said we would train and coordinate the activities of another 250 recovery coaches, and we've trained over 300 additional. We've started, although we've been slowed up by COVID-19 in our emergency department initiatives, nonetheless there are 25 emergency departments now that are capable of initiating treatment 24/7 with medication-assisted treatment. In the fall, we put together a very aggressive strategic plan focusing on prevention, treatment, recovery support, and harm reduction. And that recovery support is recovery residences, recovery centers, recovery coaches, recovery-friendly jobs. The major grant that the Department of Labor has, we had a call on that yesterday. This will give opportunities for hundreds of people with substance use disorders who have been affected by the opioid crisis to work and be employed in recovery-friendly employment. So we're very excited to have the governor with us this morning to tell you how she thinks we're coming along. I had the opportunity to introduce her last year at the summit. But let me make a few formal remarks. She is the 75th governor of Maine. She's a native of Farmington, was born there and grew up there. She's the granddaughter of Aroostook County potato farmers. Her mother was an English teacher. We hear about that quite a bit. Her father was a U.S. attorney for the state of Maine, and I had the privilege of knowing him. She was inaugurated on January 2nd, 2019, of course, as Maine's first woman female governor. She also is used to those roles. She was the first female district attorney. She was the first female attorney general in the state of Maine. She's a co-founder of the Maine Women's Lobby, which was founded at that time largely to advocate against domestic violence. She's taken a real interest in the issue of getting treatment for people with substance use disorders, and it's my pleasure to introduce her here this morning. Governor Mills.
Well, thank you, Gordon. Greetings, all of you out there. It's good to see all of you, although I can't see you up close. It's good to hear you, although I cannot discern your voices. But I know you're there and you're here in every real way. And the most powerful voices of people in recovery are being heard around the state today and around the world. You know, when I was in 5th grade in Gorham Elementary School, I read comic books every day after school, sometimes during school. Mostly male superheroes like Spider-Man, Iron Man, Superman. Superman, although he came to live and perform his superhero work in the metropolis, you'll remember he actually retreated to a mountain sanctuary in some frozen tundra in the Arctic, a home his creators called the Fortress of Solitude, a place of solace and sometimes solitary headquarters of the Man of Steel, a place adorned with sentimental memorials to his long-lost Kryptonian parents, Jor-El and Lara, located in a polar wasteland not found on any destination vacation map. In the last 4 months especially, many of us have retreated to our own fortress of solitude, where we've hibernated, closeted ourselves, physically, mentally, and emotionally sometimes, in a cave of safety and isolation where we've been compelled to escape an unprecedented threat to the health and safety of our state, our country, and our world. On March 15th, I issued an executive order directing all Maine people to stay at home. And Maine people did, for good reason. Those who stayed at home were working families, elderly grandparents, single moms and dads, state employees, factory workers, builders, teachers. But there were some who were without homes, and there were some with no families with whom to seek such sanctuary. And there were good people who had come to rely on friends, therapists, programs, and groups to support them in kicking long-time habits and dependencies, who could no longer rely on those relationships in the same ways anymore. Suddenly, support groups could not meet. Suddenly, medication-assisted therapy sometimes became out of reach. Suddenly, some who answered a call were no longer there. People with substance abuse disorders fell through the cracks. People with mental health challenges fell through the cracks. People with both mental health and substance abuse disorders fell hard. Many found themselves alone in their own fortress of solitude. I want to say today, we have not forgotten you. Come down from your tower, out of that fortress, because you are not alone. Solitude consumed many of us in recent months. Aloneness became loneliness. Personal connectivity deserted us. We have found in this time of national insecurity, a time of unrelenting fear for our personal health and public and communal safety, that our material ambitions in life perhaps are hollow, not what they seemed, that our financial and professional goals, in truth, are secondary to personal health, well-being, and that family and community cohesiveness is not found solely in Saturday night suppers or Beano games or church services and meetings, parades, festivals, bars, and dances, but in the telephone call from one single person in need of a friendly voice, in the email from a long-lost classmate or a cousin, or in the letter from someone you barely met but liked, or in the friendly photo on Instagram or some communication on Snapchat. Outreach has suddenly taken all new, expansive meaning. People have reached out during this epidemic, this pandemic, and we've rediscovered our own humanity and our shared purpose in life. Not entirely, of course. We've lost many souls as the parallel pandemic of substance use disorder has stolen the lives, the livelihoods, and sense of purpose of hundreds who swallowed pills, stuck needles in their arms, and gave up on the rest of us who just couldn't be there to help. Their fortress of solitude crumbled. Some were simply out of reach. And yet, heroes and helpers did come. Many of you listening to me this morning turned to and adapted and saved lives. You turned your own anxiety into action, outpacing the feeling of helplessness that overcame others. Outpatient treatment programs, including methadone clinics, pivoted to providing take-home doses to avoid daily trips to the clinic. The number of take-home doses per week doubled to over 18,000 for over 3,300 patients. And this change does not appear to have resulted in a single death. Though the 13 recovery centers in Maine closed to drop in traffic 4 months ago, volunteer recovery coaches worked throughout and calling people in recovery, checking in on their well-being, keeping them alive and feeling connected. The Down East Treatment Center in Ellsworth, which operates an opioid health home, experienced an increase in referrals during the pandemic because they quickly launched telehealth visits. People who previously had to drive long distances for treatment now began treatment immediately with a phone call. They had prescriptions emailed to their local pharmacy and got connected with a counselor for a virtual visit within a week. With transportation across the state such a challenge always, the ability to quickly move to telehealth has increased access to much-needed treatment, especially in rural areas. Within days of the closure of the state, dozens of support meetings such as AA transitioned to virtual platforms and allowed individuals to participate without having to arrange transportation or childcare. So we were creative, innovative, and despite the challenges of the pandemic, new recovery residences opened their doors in Millinocket for women and Caribou for men. There are now 114 recovery residences in our state, 41 of them being nationally certified. And we, the state, we're supporting 16 of these homes through a pilot program through Maine Housing with funds from the Office of Behavioral Health. Robust Narcan distribution continued over these past 4 months with an additional 20,000 doses purchased with state funds back in the spring. Syringe exchange programs expanded during the same period, and we made adjustments to protect exchange members and allow for social distancing during the pandemic. Fred Rogers, Mr. Rogers, said, "When I was a boy and I would see scary things in the news, my mother would say to me, 'Look for the helpers. You'll always find people who are helping.' Many of you listening to me today are the helpers, and your efforts over the past few months have been nothing short of heroic." It was only a year and a half ago, although it seems like the distant past now, that I took the oath of office of governor. The very next day, I signed Executive Order Number 1, which expanded Maine Care. Little did we know that just over 14 months after that, tens of thousands of people in Maine who became unexpectedly unemployed or suddenly underemployed would rely on that program for life-saving health care, including mental health and substance use disorder treatment. Virtually my second act in office a few weeks later was to announce a comprehensive response to the epidemic of substance use disorder in our state, something that I had prioritized previously and fought for as Attorney General. First, I appointed Gordon Smith as Maine's very first Director of Opioid Response. Gordon, with nearly 40 years' experience with the Maine Medical Association, and with his reputation inside and outside the State House as a dogged researcher, an advocate, and a person of great integrity, became our administration's eyes and ears on the ground, looking at what works and what might not work, finding critical funding for new services, talking to people up and down the state, and standing up programs in regions where virtually none existed before. Then I issued Executive Order Number 2, as Gordon mentioned, which committed state government to a series of actions to address the substance use disorder crisis, including purchasing and distributing thousands of doses of life-saving naloxone, supporting low-barrier access to Suboxone in all 3 emergency departments in the state, providing medication-assisted treatment in all Department of Corrections prison facilities and in all county jails, and recruiting, training, and coordinating at least 250 recovery coaches to provide emergency support to those in crisis. We also stipulated in that executive order that these actions and programs would be carried out in a manner designed to decrease the stigma attached to substance use disorder, reminding people that this illness is a chronic disease and should be treated as such, not a moral failing. Well, since that time, the state has purchased 35,000 doses of Narcan. Medication-assisted treatment is now available in 2/3 of our hospital emergency departments, all across the state. And treatment is available in all Department of Corrections facilities and in the majority of our county jails. More than 300 recovery coaches are now trained and ready for the call in the middle of the night. Despite the physical challenges posed by the pandemic, we have expanded our safe syringe exchanges from 7 to 14 sites, with more to be added by the end of this year. And with our initiatives that began back in 2015, continued by Attorney General Fry, and supplemented by our recent purchases, naloxone has resulted in nearly 1,500 successful reversals, 1,500 saves. We're saving lives. But a recent increase in fatal overdoses is concrete evidence that we've got a lot more to do, a long ways to go. Last year, Maine reported 380 fatal overdoses, more than one a day, many of them resulting from fentanyl. These tragic deaths sparing no county, no region of Maine. Nationally, nearly 71,000 Americans died from drug overdose last year, 5% more than in 2018, and more than the previous record set in 2017, with Maine being among 35 states that saw an increase, some dramatically so. South Dakota, for instance, experienced a record 54% spike in overdose deaths. 54%. The national 2019 overdose death numbers are higher than the totals ever recorded for car accidents, guns, or AIDS, and it looks like this year will be even worse. In Maine, the first quarter of 2020, fatalities due to drugs were 23% higher than the fourth quarter of last year. 127 deaths compared to 103, comparable to increases across the country. Each one of these numbers is a life lost, a community member we could not save. Addiction researcher Brendan Soloner notes that the American overdose crisis has been shape-shifting, with users migrating to heroin and then migrating to fentanyl. The rising deaths in so many states creating a, quote, map of despair. The coronavirus pandemic, he notes, is likely creating more demand among users, and people, quote, are feeling a lot more despair, anxiety, and rootlessness, which leads to more problematic drug use and more risk of overdose. While we can learn from the experiences of other states, we need to develop Maine-based solutions to this insidious disease. In addition to our current harm reduction strategies of widely distributing Narcan and conducting outreach to persons using drugs through syringe exchanges, we are also considering a number of other actions. We will seek passage of LD 2153, which will establish an overdose fatality expert review panel, picking select cases with the goal of reviewing confidential and publicly available information on select cases to develop recommendations for policy changes. We've got to know why things are happening before we know how to remedy the situation. We will continue public information campaigns to discourage people from using drugs from using alone and to let them know about the availability of treatment in their area with a treatment locator application or telephone number. We will inform law enforcement agencies and users of drugs about the Good Samaritan law enacted last year, which I was proud to sign into law. We will work to change current law, which prevents EMS personnel from distributing naloxone. They can administer it, but they can't give out an extra dose, a take-home dose. Given that a major predictor of a fatal overdose is the fact that an individual has already survived a previous overdose, there is likely no better time to furnish a Narcan kit than after an overdose reversal by an EMS responder. We will establish a rapid response team to respond to spikes in given localities that are identified by an OD map. OD map is a federally funded initiative that allows for law enforcement agencies to enter real-time data at the time of an overdose and share that with the community so we can, but still protect privacy rights. We will continue to get at the root causes of the problem and focus a great deal more on prevention. Preventing young people from starting down the road that leads so frequently to substance use disorders. We're thoroughly reviewing the recommendations of our prevention task force to determine which approaches promise the most benefit. And I want to acknowledge the efforts of Commissioner Pender-Macon and her staff at the Department of Education, who are developing a Maine-based curriculum around social and emotional learning that will be available to all Maine schools this fall at no cost to them. And we will continue to support Maine people in recovery. We're fully aware that we need more recovery housing, recovery-friendly jobs, recovery centers, and recovery coaches. We'll continue to fund substance use disorder treatment of all kinds, residential, outpatient, intensive outpatient, and detox. I am proud of what we've accomplished in only 18 months, but I will not rest until we deliver on the promise to attack this deadly and destructive disease until we have rooted it out. I want to acknowledge and thank the dozens of courageous voices of recovery who are participating today. By sharing their profound personal stories, they are sending a powerful message to others, to those who are still struggling, a message that says that recovery is not only possible, it is probable. It is achievable. And I want to thank former Surgeon General Murthy for sharing his time and talents with us today. I listened this morning to his conversation with Commissioner Lambrou. And you learned that just a few years ago, Dr. Murthy authored The first Surgeon General's report on alcohol, drugs, and health, issuing a call to action to the nation and recognizing addiction as a chronic illness and not some moral failing. Focusing on the epidemic of loneliness, Dr. Murthy has made an important contribution to the public discourse surrounding substance use disorder, and I look forward to reading his book. While it's important to do everything we can to protect ourselves and our families and neighbors from the spread of the deadly virus that is out there, we must also not let up on our efforts to address the epidemic of substance use disorder and the pandemic of isolation, which quickly turns to disconnection, loneliness, and drug use in circumstances that make overdose reversal difficult. Addiction is a disease of isolation. So when we ask people to be physically distant, to stay home, stay apart, and wear face coverings, we're also removing supports for people in recovery, persons who need all the community support and personal connection we can provide. I am proud of the many treatment providers and supports groups which have quickly pivoted to online meetings and treatment, but we must do more to make sure people needing assistance remain connected to support structures, connected to community in every way possible. We're not merely providing services or programs, we are providing care. And it is care and compassion that is at the heart of who we are as a state, as a nation. Something this pandemic has revealed to us is that a culture of hyper-individualism, which our society has come to idealize, cannot support us as a community with common humanity. We should not let our neighbors drift along in lanes of loneliness, one rabbi is quoted as saying in David Brooks's book, The Second Mountain. Knock on your neighbor's door, open their fortress of solitude, invite them back into society, into the world. Let's not be strangers. Living in our own emotionally gated communities, knock down the fortresses. In this time of national crisis, of economic distress, of social upheaval, and political uncertainty, we are all fallible. We all need each other. We're only strong as we stay connected with one another. Our state, our nation, cannot afford to lose a single member in our community of souls. So to all of you out there, all in need, we are listening to you, we love you, we need you. And for all of us, we must become givers and helpers, never giving up. And we must have hope. You know, that quality that Emily Dickinson described as the thing with feathers that perches on the soul, that sings the tune without the words and never stops at all. Our friend Superman found sanctuary in his icy fortress of solitude. He built himself a place of retreat, research, meditation, and strength. The fortresses of today for normal people are no longer sanctuaries. They are dangerous, if they ever once were sanctuaries. They are now places of dangerous isolation, barriers that disconnect people from others. We're not superhumans. We are normal people with flaws and failings. We are fallible. We need other people. Let's unlock those doors of isolation. I want to thank all those participating today who are part of our robust recovery community, with the powerful voices that we will use to unlock frozen doors of solitude, of loneliness, of the disease that has stolen the lives of thousands of people of all ages, all backgrounds, all regions. So to Ryan, Chantel, Marshall, Ashley, Regina, Molly, Veronica, Katie, Ray, Chastity, Justin, and Will, and thousands others in your shoes, who have the courage to recover and to persevere and speak up, I say, welcome home. And please know that in my administration, you will always find an open door, an open mind, and an open heart. Thank you. Don't be a stranger, and stay safe. Now it is my great pleasure to acknowledge a couple whom I have come to love and admire and respect so deeply in the last few years. We are very blessed in Maine to have a robust and compassionate recovery community. This community is made up not only of persons in recovery, but of affected family members. These individuals have found ways to give back in order to help others overcome the scourge of addiction or substance use disorder. And today, in appreciation for all of their efforts, I want to recognize with a Governor's Opioid Response Award 2 individuals who have endured loss that no family should ever have to endure. In 2017 and 2018, Shelley and David Yankowski of Glenburn lost both their sons, both children, to the opioid epidemic. Adam was only 25 years old when he experienced an overdose due to ingesting heroin and fentanyl. Within a year after his death, Adam's younger brother, Sean, died at the age of 21. Shelley and David are both in law enforcement. The Yankowskis were a close and loving family, but we know that heroin and fentanyl do not discriminate. Shelley and David now travel the state, sharing their story and educating parents and their children about the dangers inherent in using illicit drugs. So in recognition of their unselfish dedication to preventing other Maine families from suffering similar unimaginable loss, I am pleased to present the first Governor's Opioid Response Award to them. And the inscription on the Crystal Award, which will be presented to them now in another location by Commissioner of Public Safety Michael Sawchuk, reads as follows. Governor's Award 2020, awarded to Shelley and David Yankowski in grateful appreciation for their compassionate dedication to preventing opioid addiction in our state. Presented this day, July 23rd, 2020. Congratulations and thank you so much, Shelley and David Yankowski.
My name is Mike Sawchuk. I'm the Commissioner of the Department of Public Safety. I'm honored to be here at Troop E in Bangor, the Maine State Police Troop Barracks, with Lieutenant Colonel Bill Harwood, Major Chris Groton from the Maine State Police. We also have Emergency Communications Director Brody Hinckley and Operations Manager Todd Coombs. To be here to represent our family, and we're so proud to have an opportunity to give this award physically to Shelley and David Yankowski. I've just got to say briefly, back in 2015, the city of Portland suffered 14 overdoses in a 24-hour period. Shortly thereafter, over the next couple of months, the then administration had a drug summit in Augusta. And at that time, that was 30 people, probably 95% of them from the criminal justice system. And I can tell you, having attended that with then Attorney General Mills, Judge Delahanty, and others, that to walk in physically into the Augusta Civic Center last year, I had to stop, actually physically stop in my tracks to see the passion and the strength that was in that room. And then this morning to hear Gordon say that we had 1,300 plus folks pre-registered for today. And as I've seen the count throughout the day, we're over 800 right now. You have a lot to be proud of, and it's okay. It's okay to be proud. At the same time, we're acknowledging that we have work yet to do. So certainly thank you all for being here as part of this true summit this year in 2020. Certainly thank you to Governor Mills for all of her leadership around this issue. It takes that from the top. She means it. She leads with passion and compassion, as you've just heard. Thank you to Gordon, Director Pollard, and everybody else, that full team that worked so hard to put this summit together. But the real reason I'm here today is of course, to present this award to Shelley and Dave Yankowski. This award is all about love. It's about strength. It's about courage. And again, you've heard that recovery story repeatedly today. None of them are the same. You need to hear that. And that puts you back on track for the next day's fight against this epidemic and this disease. But the love that Shelley and Dave have for their sons and for the state of Maine, and the way they utilize the courage and strength to tell their stories over and over again to our communities, is just unparalleled. I just couldn't be prouder to be here. They are true members of the Department of Public Safety family, and we're honored to be here. So deserving. And as the governor has already read this, I'm gonna step aside. I'm a handshake and hug kind of guy, but we won't do that in 2020. I'll get them a little later. So thank you very much and congratulations.
Governor Mills, I don't know what to say. What we do, we feel the best way to honor Adam and Sean is to help other families not experience the heartbreak that we've gone through. And as long as lives are ruined or lost to the disease of addiction, we continue to need everybody's help here today. Everybody. We appreciate what you're doing. Much more work needs to be done. And what we do is, as a labor of love, we ask you to join in this fight with us to defeat this disease and make it so no one else has to go through what we've gone through. We really appreciate this award. It's overwhelming, a little humbling, but we'll continue to do what we're doing to fight this disease. Thank you. Thank you so much, Governor Mills.
Hi, my name is Kendra Denny-Airy, and I'm the Recovery in Maine coordinator for Points North Institute. Recovery in Maine is a statewide series of documentary film screenings intended to stimulate community conversations around addiction, recovery, and our collective response to the opioid epidemic. Our hope is to help people network with each other, highlight the work that's being done around the state, inspire people to become involved, and help humanize and destigmatize substance use disorder in general. Since 2018, we've hosted film screenings and panel discussions in 33 communities, bringing together over 2,000 Mainers around this important issue. This year, our program is expanding to include producing films that highlight the stories of individual Mainers, and we're really excited to be able to introduce the first of these films here today. I would like to thank Gordon Smith and the Governor's Office for partnering on this work and working so diligently to help lift up voices in the recovery community. I would also like to thank Alex Morrow and Jim Cole at Frame Strategies for creating such a beautiful film in a very short time frame. And thank you to everyone in Washington County, Chastity, Michael, Zach, Michelle, and Chris, and so many more for their willingness to be part of this film. If you would like to find out more about the Recovery in Maine program, or if you just want to be in touch with us at Points North Institute, you can do so by visiting our website at pointsnorthinstitute.org. Thank you for being here, and I hope you enjoy the film.
The opioid epidemic is definitely much bigger here than I even would have thought. We don't have a place where you can be like, oh, drive over there and you'll see 15 people getting high.
I'm glad you guys connected though, because he needs...
It's very individualized and it's very hidden. A lot of people are using alone, so there's no one there to save them if they need it. I don't think you'd find a single family in our county or our state that hasn't been affected in one way or another.
Good question. That's between them and the trustee, but I agree. I hear you.
I'm with the community action team in Machias, and I'm in the FADE group, which is for fighting addiction down east in Calais. Hard part from home, everything is everywhere. We do referrals, we do peer support, and people that you probably never thought would get involved in anything, stepping up and being like, I want to be a part of this, I want to educate people, we need more here, and I want to be part of that. Some days there's definitely not enough hours in the day, but I keep going because I know there's not a single lost cause. No one is hopeless if they're living. As long as they're breathing, there is hope for them. You ever witness an overdose? And if so, how many?
Probably about 8 times.
This is basically just tracking to know trends, what people are trying if they don't have naloxone, if people aren't calling 911, why.
Do you want any test strips to go with that?
That way we can go back to the state and say, you may see that there's this many overdoses, but the reality is there's this many more, and people are scared to call police because they don't want to get in trouble.
Anybody? Have anyone call me?
When I first started seeking recovery, there was a divide. There was them and then there was us. There was no middle ground. Took the fence down and now there's just this big middle. Hey, buddy. How's it going?
Well, you know. I mean, not much really's changed. I'm still trying to find a way into a sober house. I guess you call it abuse benzos. It's probably abuse since I buy them from the street.
Yeah.
And from what I hear, some of them have fentanyl in it and things like that, which is not ideal.
Is there anything that I can do? You know, any information of programs that you want?
I mean, I'd be interested in anything that changes the way things have been going for the last 3 years since the mother of my child left. I mean, I'll have one good weekend with him, and then 2 weeks of hating myself.
Don't do that to yourself, man. You're worth being happy, bud.
Thanks, man.
You just gotta find your shine again. It's okay, man. Yeah, all right.
See? Beautiful green eyes.
There's always a judgment-free zone here, bud. You know that.
I know, man.
You know this. You know, I have tons of hope for you, bud.
What am I telling you? Or do you want to type that? Or?
No, you can type it. Just say this is the medical records, prescribed medicine records. It's opioid claim. As I was prescribed really large doses of OxyContin after a car accident, 60 milligrams 3 times a day. And it's supposed to be good for 24 hours, one of those pills, and they were just pumping me full of them. And I told them a couple of times that, you know, I didn't need all that medicine. And so they gave me 240 perks on top of all the rest and told me to take those for breakthrough pain, but still to keep taking the oxys. So it's like, the more they could prescribe. Anybody, there was a time where anybody could get them. Like people that, you know, just walk in and my head hurts. It was like the miracle drug. You know? Yeah, so.
You know, it's very hard to break that cycle. You know, we've had way more overdoses and reported overdose deaths in the past 6 months alone. I think people just feel hopeless. It's sad. It's a sad realization that the things that we've been doing to combat this epidemic for the last 10 years has failed.
It's a long day.
Yeah, I had a doctor's appointment today, too.
Yeah.
And my lungs are bad, my heart's bad, I got a big pulse, so as soon as I get my head squared away, I need to get my lungs and my heart squared away. My pulse has been really high for a couple days.
Well, that happens.
You're only a few weeks out from being on anything, so your body's going to take a while to get to any kind of normal. So, but I'm glad you got indoor.
Oh yeah, and it's only about an hour a day where I can't sit still, so it ain't too bad.
Zach, you're falling apart, and you're not even 35 yet.
I know it.
It's very, very hard to navigate the system and know what's there for supports and for help. And even if you have tons of help, you feel alone. A lot of people may need someone to just say, hey, I see where you're at. I want to help you. I want to just care for you. Everything is stored at my house, in my garage, my basement, and soon to be playhouse. Bandages, gauze. I've got everything organized in little totes and a car organizer, so different sizes of syringes. Everything gets loaded in the back of the car. We meet people where they're at and help them and support them with whatever they need. I don't want people to think that just because they use, they have to get into recovery.
We have the BD 29 half-inch ones right now.
Because harm reduction is a model for a reason.
Well, if you know anybody else that wants anything like that.
I don't even know what it is. I need the de-identified code. Yeah. Okay. But it's building a relationship with people who, when they're ready, they've got a foot in the door because they're coming to see me and they're building that trust.
People don't expect it this much. I guess somebody OD'd in Woodland this morning and died.
Someone we know?
I didn't recognize the name. I guess he's in around his early 50s somewhere. They found him in a car this morning, I guess. So.
Alone, and you want to stay to yourself more, use your drugs by yourself more, you don't want to be around your friends. It's just so bad to be an addict. I was lifeguard for 10 years. I was real well liked in the community. But when you're stereotyped and people look at you real down, it's hard to reach out. It's just since all the recovery coaches and the recovery centers opened up, where it really changed the town. People are learning more now that it's a disease, not just a choice. You're full of hope because people are waving to me again. An addict like me, fresh off the boat, I'm only about 20 days, but I look at my phone and there's messages and so much support, and I didn't have that before. Where are you at? Thought you were supposed to be in town. That's the only thing that's keeping me alive right now. I've known Chastity my whole life, basically. The very minute I was ready to get clean, she was right there supporting me.
What at work? How's that going?
Well, she told me at work today, she's like, if you need more time off, you can, but I'm feeling good now. I'm sleeping now.
Right.
Now I talk to her every day. If I can't call her, I text her. Jesus, Chastity, I couldn't sit still for an hour today. Well, I know it. Try reading a book or something. Go out, take a walk. Oh, I feel good right now. I have to chase my recovery like I chased addiction. I'm not going to be able to walk into recovery. I feel like I'm going to have to chase it. I feel so good right now and positive. There's going to be always people against me, but right now there's a lot of people for me right now.
Burn up your good ones. I used to say I am a drug addict, and I don't say that anymore. I say I'm an umpire, I'm a dad, I'm a recovery coach. Those are all things that I couldn't say 10 years ago.
People can and do recover, and anybody and everybody is capable of it. No matter what it looks like, everybody is capable of it.
You know, that all came from my community, saying it's okay, we know your secrets, and we accept you back into this community, and that's what a community like this does.
Just because you've done things you're not proud of doesn't mean you're a bad person. We've all done things we're not proud of, and those actions aren't what make us who we are. With my daughter, to her, I'm just helping people, and that's what I do. She doesn't look at it any deeper than that. The very first recovery walk that we do in Machias during September for National Recovery Month, she had a sign that said, "I walked for my mommy," but she didn't know why she walked for her mommy. Hey, my beauty. After she asked why she was walking for her mother, it was just time to start talking to her more and telling her more about myself.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah, Jeremy Dean, also not alive. And her husband used to bring stuff down to us. He was the first person that I knew that overdosed and died. I think that's the first time I ever had to tell Graham what was going on. Yeah. So the first time she removed me from her will. I don't think I look like what people expect from someone in active use.
Wasn't that right before? Did Dad kick you out of the house?
Right before this
Right
trip,
before this
he
trip?
kicked me out, but Mom wanted me to go on it so Graham wouldn't know anything was wrong. So I went.
It's 2003, right? I wrote that letter. Let me read it.
Mm-hmm.
Dear Chastity, what did I ever do to you for you to treat me like you do? Is it the precious love I've given or the support I've always shown? I don't really know what it is, but please let me know. I do care about you, but you've become the least of my worries. The life you're living is such a sad story. The drugs have taken over, that's all I can say. I want nothing to do with you, never, starting today. So farewell, Linny, my darling sweet pea. I will miss you dearly. But not the way you treated me. I told Mom to throw it away and she wouldn't let me.
I was going to ask why she'd keep it. I don't really like that you started to cry because I can't do tears or eye stuff. You want tissue?
I'm going hyper.
I always thought a person who's addicted to drugs is what you see in the movies. They live in an alley, they are desperate, they don't have a good upbringing, and I was the opposite of all that. I deal with it all much better now because I know what I was, I know what I did. You don't grow without knowing. You gotta learn and you gotta be willing to learn. And I guess be vulnerable.
So we need to talk about the overdose awareness and recovery month. So that's what we're doing here tonight.
I don't know if everyone knows, but the overdose deaths have risen significantly in our state. Also, I mean, there's also been a lot more overdoses that have been saved, even if they aren't being reported, so that's good, so great. It takes a community, and people looking at recovery or substance use disorders as black and white, they're missing so much. Whatever you think you need as a person with or without a substance use disorder, then that's what they need. People need human connection. They need to not feel judged. They need to feel supported. They also need their basic needs met. There needs to be transportation and housing and treatment. We're not different than anybody else. We are just like everybody else. We all need connection. All need connection and need to feel loved and be able to love.
Hi, my name is Marshall Mercer, and I've been freed from the bondage of heroin for 3 years or more. I was born addicted to heroin and cocaine. Both my mother and father were both addicts, and due to their addiction, I really didn't know them growing up. Growing up, I guess I would say that I went through fits of anger and rage, not knowing my parents and not knowing why they weren't there. And as I got older, I realized they weren't there due to drugs and alcohol. My first drug of choice weren't naturally heroin or cocaine, but it was prescription pills. Due to my fits of rage, I was put on prescription pills, and because of that, I ran to prescription pills and other drugs to mask my emotions. I'm now the coordinator at the Recovery Center in Machias, Maine, and I got here in a very unique way. I got here in this town, Machias, through a prison bus because of my actions due to my addiction to heroin. I'm now married, I got kids, me and my wife were both in recovery together, and since we've been in recovery, we've made it our life mission to help those that are in recovery as well. Running this center showed me a lot of different things, and by the grace of God, I was saved from my addiction. And I get to see like-minded people as well now that get the spark of life within themselves after they find recovery. And it's that same spark that I see in other people that helps me with my recovery as well. And I'm here now to say that we do recover, and we can recover together, but it's gonna take us in our recovery to support others in recovery to help them to get recovered. And as one of my signs says up there, transform people, and we can become transformed in recovery. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Ryan. I'm a person in recovery. It's been a long road to get to where I am today, and if it wasn't for someone else's story, I might not be sitting here with you now, which is why when I was asked to make this video and tell my story, I was honored. This is what recovery is all about. My substance use started in the late 90s, and by 2003, Oxycontin was everywhere. My opiate use had gotten in the way of my education, and I was stealing to support my habit. I was incarcerated that year at the age of 17, and I've been incarcerated every single year since, up until 2018, which was the year I got sober. I've experienced homelessness, suicide attempts, multiple drug overdoses, and the feeling of complete hopelessness. May 16th, 2018 was the last time I put a mind or mood altering substance into my body. I remember that day and the feeling I had when I was arrested. The only word that comes to mind is relief. For whatever reason, I've been unable to separate myself from heroin without a little help from the police. So shout out to you guys. While incarcerated, a friend told me about Portland. He told me about the recovery community, the people that are up here. And he kept saying this was the best time of his life. It was the best year of his life, he kept saying. And I wanted that. I needed that. My friend helped me with the application to a program here in Portland, and I haven't looked back since. Not a day has gone by I don't think of my friend that saved my life with his story. My passion as a person in recovery is to be that guy for somebody else. Today I work as a peer recovery specialist for an opioid health home. I also help a friend manage a sober house, the same sober house I lived in when in early recovery. I work a 12-step program, and I also sponsor other men. And because someone gave me a message of hope, I'm able to live a life free from bondage. I hope this message reaches somebody. And thank you again for listening. Again, my name is Ryan, and I'm not just a drug addict. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Leslie Clark, and I serve as the Executive Director of Portland Recovery Community Center and Maine's Recovery Hub. My professional background is that I have an MSW, and I've worked in nonprofit leadership most of my career in healthcare, family services, mental health organizations. But most importantly, for my introduction today, I'm a person in long-term recovery, which means to me that everything that I have today in my life is because of recovery in my recovery community. For me, it means that I show up each and every day for my family, for my friends, for my coworkers, and for my community. I share this only for one reason, and that is by speaking out and identifying myself as a person in recovery, I might help someone else find the hope and the possibility of their own recovery journey. We are so glad to be with you today and share about how recovery community centers around the state are building community connection and compassion, enhance resilience, and support changed lives. Recovery community centers are places that are run by and for people in recovery, along with our families and our allies, to create community that supports change, educates others, and advocates for resources to help people in recovery transform their lives and to transform communities. As you've heard today from all these beautiful stories people are sharing, each has a unique way of finding their own recovery path. And recovery community centers honor and support multiple pathways of recovery. When I think about the journey of recovery, I think about it as a classic journey of overcoming obstacles and learning and growing and transforming as a result. I think about it as what Joseph Campbell would call the hero's journey, or as Ernest Kurtz wrote in the classic book, The Spirituality of Imperfection, about people in Alcoholics Anonymous recovering from a seemingly hopeless disease. He said, "Who would expect walking into a smoke-filled room in a church basement to encounter a wisdom carried out by ancient Greeks, early Christians, Zen teachers, and Jewish scholars, the voices of Aeschylus, Buddhists, St. Augustine, the Baal Shem Tov, William James, and Carl Jung?" It's the hero's journey. It's a classic journey of how we overcame loneliness and despair and trauma and enslavement to find new freedom, new purpose in our lives, and be able to share it with others, to listen to other stories and bear witness with no judgment. Recovery community centers are not treatment centers. We're not religious or spiritually affiliated. We honor all pathways, and we create an environment that allows people in recovery to help other people in recovery, especially those who are brand new. As Dr. Murthy said so eloquently earlier, these connections are vitally important. And we're so grateful in the field to see the emergence of a strong evidence base that validates what so many of us have experienced and known all along. The work that we do in peer recovery is enormously effective. Our panel today is Resilience in Recovery, Building Community and Helping Others. Our panelists are Bob Thickett, who is the Peer Support Services Coordinator at Bangor Area's Recovery Network, or the BARN. Matt Brown, who is joining us from the Down East Recovery Support Center in Machias, where he's up vacationing. Matt serves as the lead recovery coach and volunteer coordinator at PRCC and is visiting Down East. And Nicole Proctor, program manager for the Recovery Hub at the Portland Recovery Community Center. Nicole is substituting today for Amy Day. Amy was unable to attend due to a family illness. But Nicole, will you kind of kick us off here and introduce yourself and tell about the work of the Maine Recovery Hub at PRCC and throughout the state?
Yes. Thank you, Leslie, for that introduction. I'm really grateful to be here today. I am Nicole Proctor. I am a person in recovery since 2017. So what that means to me is that I am able to show up for my family, my employer, and my community today, which was not the case for many, many years. If you had told me 5 years ago, when I was still active, what my life would look like today, that I would be sitting here in front of all of you and working in recovery, there's just no way I would have believed it. I just wasn't in a place that I could ever feel that the experiences I was living through would be so invaluable to me today in my life and in my work. So as you've heard, so many stories of people in recovery today. My story is no different. And my last day of using, I was evicted from my apartment. I had nowhere to live. My family wouldn't take me back. I totaled my car. I didn't have my son because I had nowhere to live. And I had severe pneumonia and severe opiate withdrawals. And I was sick. I was sick in many, many ways. And I was desperate. And so that desperation led me to where I am today. And I'm not, I think it was maybe Dr. Shaw earlier that said, oftentimes people with addiction are looked at as broken. And I, at one point in my life, felt that I was broken. But now today, I'm so grateful for everything that I've lived through and the experiences that I've had. So my role today as program manager of the Maine Recovery Hub at PRCC, it allows me to really work beside existing and newly emerging centers all over the state. Just 2 years ago, there was 2 centers, recovery community centers in Maine. It was Barn and Brewer and Portland Recovery Community Center in Portland. And in 2 short years, as you've heard today, there's now 13 centers in our state, which is just truly amazing. The number one thing that is offered at a recovery community center is free peer support. I mean, everything that is offered at any center that you walk into around the state is going to be offered for free, whether it's yoga classes, support groups, coaching, employment connection. Everything that is offered is free, and that's just truly amazing. Just to give everyone a little perspective as far as how many people we reach as statewide centers in a month. So the month of June, which was obviously we are in the middle of a worldwide pandemic, but in the month of June, there was 497 groups and meetings offered between all of the centers in our state alone. Those almost 500 meetings reached 2,727 people in our state in 1 month. that's amazing. And when, when we're not in the middle of a pandemic and when our doors are fully open, as they usually are, that number is much higher. And I'm just really grateful to be a part of it and to be able to witness it with all of these centers. So as Leslie mentioned, we're not a treatment center. A recovery community center is led by our members, for our members. We are typically like grassroots independent nonprofit organizations that are here for the community that we serve. There's really 5 areas that all recovery community centers focus on. Number one, first and foremost, is peer support, free peer support, free recovery coaching, public education, prevention, and advocacy work. And no matter what center you walk into, whether it's Aroostook County or Lakes Region or Down East or Brewer or the Mid-Coast section area, you're going to find support in those areas. The goal for each of these centers around the state is really individualized to the communities that we serve, right? Every community is different, but we all offer the same supports. And there's really something magical that happens when you walk into a recovery community center for the first time. It's sitting across from somebody who has been where you've been or where you are, with absolutely no judgment, open to any pathway or any stage that you are in your recovery. And that when that person across from you knows that there's absolutely no depths in addiction that you cannot recover from. And again, as you've heard from all of the voices of recovery today, that's really true. We do recover, and it's our job to recover out loud. So thank you for letting me share.
Thank you so much, Nicole. Bob, will you talk a little, and Nicole, introduce yourself and talk a little bit. Nicole really touched on the whole how people in recovery are an asset and how we can bring so much to help with others, as opposed to maybe thinking about a brokenness or a recipient of services or a consumer, that we're really come to the table with all kinds of assets to bring to help solve. So I would love if you would talk about, certainly introduce yourself and the wonderful work that you do there, and also share a little bit about the recovery coaching, which you have provided real leadership with the Hub and the Barn and others in training, and kind of how we think about those kind of issues in our coaching.
Yes, thank you so much, Leslie, and thank you everybody for being here, or rather logging in. So I'm Robert Fickett. I'm the Peer Support Services Coordinator at the Bangor Area Recovery Network. And more importantly, I'm a person in long-term recovery. For me, that means I haven't put a mind or mood-altering substance into my body since December 24th of 2014. And you heard me correctly. I entered recovery on Christmas Eve. And people always, usually at that point are like, that's so great that you got, clean and sober on Christmas Eve. And usually I'm thinking like, oh yeah, it was magical. Because the reality is, I came into this place feeling very broken, as Nicole mentioned, and I carried an immense amount of pain and suffering and shame in with me. And I talk a little bit about my personal experience, nearly half a lifetime of opioid and alcohol use disorder. Because people ask me, well, why are you so passionate about recovery coaching and peer services? And this is why, because when I walked into the barn, I entered into recovery. I walked into a place where people didn't judge me. They didn't admonish me for the mistakes I made. They didn't tell me this is how you have to do things. They really focused on what I wanted to do, what I needed to do. And they helped to empower me. to help myself. And Leslie mentioned about, something, how we treat people, as a resource, which this is a real basic tenet of recovery coaching. When we talk about the spectrum of attitudes, and when we treat people as an object, that we believe that we know what they need and we know what's best for them. We're not treating them with respect, or when we treat them as a recipient, as we say, which is when we involve them in the decision-making process, but ultimately still believe we know what's best for them. In recovery coaching, we take an approach of respect and treating that person as their greatest resource. Recovery coaching, it's really, coaches are peer mentors. They take a person-centered and a strengths-based approach to helping guide people in recovery. They do that by helping to remove personal and environmental barriers to recovery, directing people to services and resources they can use to support their recovery and build recovery capital, and to act as a companion, and a friend, somebody who truly cares about what you're going through and where you've been, and they have that lived experience. I think that recovery coaching, is so vital to what the centers do, because as I've said, recovery coaching really is the individual embodiment of what the centers do, because that's really what we do at the recovery community centers. We empower people. We let their recovery path be their recovery path, and we walk beside them through that, and we act as a resource hub to connect them to the services that can support them. Nicole mentioned, a lot of the things that the recovery centers do. We offer recovery support meetings. We offer supports for affected others and family members who need that support. And we really offer a community and environmental-based intervention. The basis of that being is that this is a safe place that you can come. For me, it was the only safe place I had to go in early recovery. And people created a positive environment here, an environment that was conducive to my recovery. They treated me with positive regard. They saw that I had some worth, and they empowered me. I lots of times I'll say the most important words, and you'll hear other people say this. The most important thing I heard in recovery was "me too," and then I think equally as important, one of the things that I heard was, "Would you like to help?" I remember very early in my recovery, when I was struggling just to get through day by day, our volunteer coordinator at the time here at the barn came to me one day. I believe she was hanging decorations for something, and said, "Would you like to help?" And I never imagined then, when I said, "Sure, I'll help," that I'd be doing this today, and I'd be sitting here and coordinating a program at the barn. But that's really a result of what we do as recovery coaches, what we do in recovery centers, is that treating people as a resource, empowering people, it has a long-term ripple effect. And I always say there are two outcomes to empowering people and treating them as a resource. Not only are we offering them a chance to build their self-esteem, to find purpose and worth, connection, a place that they feel they belong, but when we're inviting them to participate, whether it's keeping the doors open at the center and serving coffee, or if they're sitting down on committees and doing real work to enact policy change, we all benefit from that. They benefit from it, and then we all benefit from that. We talk about, leveraging recovery from addiction to be an asset to building effective systems of care. And that's really what it's about. You know, those voices need to be at the table, because it's important for us and it's important for them. You know, we talk about we support many pathways of recovery, and I truly believe in that. You know, but I've also noticed something in my time. You know, that all of those pathways, at one time or another, they intersect. They intersect in the place of community, love, connectedness, and finding purpose and finding worth. So no matter what your pathway is, you can find that connection, that hope, that love. And I say that that's the heartbeat of this place. We're just four walls, but that's what happens in here, and it's the people that move this place.
Thank you,
So
Bob.
I
That's
want to
so
thank
beautiful.
everybody for listening.
Thanks so
Thank you.
much. Matt Brown from up in Machias today. Matt, you have worked in law enforcement, and you've worked in treatment, and now you work with the recovery community and in a recovery community center. And would you introduce yourself and share about your experience and what's unique and maybe even surprising about how this work is special and different from work you've done before?
Sure. First of all, I just want to say, as the others have, that it's an absolute privilege to be speaking with you all today, especially from up here in Washington County, because in a lot of ways my recovery started here. My name is Matt. I am a person in recovery. For that, that means to me, that I've been given a new life, an entirely new life, that has purpose, that has meaning. I wake up most days with a lot of optimism and definitely a sense of hope. And I had none of that before I came into recovery. The fact is, before I asked for help, I felt completely alone. I felt absolutely hopeless. I didn't feel like my life had any purpose or meaning at all. I felt like I was a liability to my family and to others, that I wasn't really doing anybody any good. And I did ask for help, thank God. And very early in my recovery, I ended up I'm from Portland, but I was up in Lubec, Maine, up here in beautiful Washington County. And I was as low as I'd ever felt. The pain that I felt the week that I was up here was so intense. And I found out that there was a meeting at this little church in Lubec, Maine. And I'll never forget pulling up to that parking lot of that church and seeing this small group of people that were talking to each other. And when I stepped out of that car, I felt like my legs were actually going to collapse under me, that I wasn't going to have the strength to get into that church. And those people saw that, and they came running across the parking lot towards me. And they brought me into that building. And they just loved me. They were just present for me. They knew exactly. And I thought to myself, they don't know me from Adam, but they did, because they'd been where I had been, and they told me about that, and they told me it was going to be okay. And I believed them. And I'm not a person that typically believes what people are saying. I was a law enforcement officer for a long time, and you can get a little pessimistic at times, but they were speaking the truth, and they were speaking love, and they were present for me. And I will never forget that. And being up in Lubec, every time I talk about it or I'm up here, I can feel that moment still. And that's what happens at the recovery centers. And what I love so much about them is that really, and that's what you asked, what surprises me. I always feel like I need to fix something. I was in law enforcement. You get called to a situation, and I was an EMT and a first responder. We're going to solve the problem. We're going to fix it. By the time I leave here, this is going to be fixed. And that's not what we need to do the moment someone comes into that front door. I love that moment when someone comes into that front door for the first time. That's my favorite thing in the world. And you can see in their eyes that hopelessness, that isolation that they're feeling, and that need to belong. And all I need to do is be present for that person in that moment, and the rest of the stuff can happen. But it can't happen unless they feel welcome. And so I like to talk about something called the ministry of presence, which is just all I need to do in this moment is to be here for that person completely, 100%. Listen to what their experience is and take that time and say, yeah, me too, like Bob said. And you know what? There's a lot of people in this building right here that have been there too, and that would love to talk to you and help you out. And maybe they walk out the door and they don't go to a meeting or anything, but then a week later you see them pop in again and they feel a little more comfortable. And then maybe they dip their toes in a little bit more. But what surprises me is how little it actually takes to make a difference. We do telephone support, and I've been doing a lot of that since we've been in the pandemic. And I remember this one particular person, I kept calling and just getting the voicemail week after week after week. And I thought, I'm not doing anything for this person. And finally, the person answered, and he said, I want to thank you for leaving those messages. And I said, really? And he said, yeah, I have severe social anxiety. And it takes me so much to pick up the phone, but hearing that voice on the other end of the phone is so helpful. It's been getting me through. And I went, oh my God, I have no idea what we have no idea what a little act of just being present for someone can do. And at the Recovery Center, to me, that's something that's common to all the programs, and it's just a beautiful thing to be a part of that I'm so privileged to be a part of. I would pay to work at PRCC. They pay me, and that's cool. My wife loves that I get paid, but I think I would pay to work there. It's a beautiful thing to witness the courage of people and to be a small part of that, really.
Thank you so much, Matt. And we're starting to get some questions, which is wonderful, and I'll share with you. But as I'm looking at the questions coming in, I might have missed whether or not you shared. I always love hearing you share your 3 L's. Did you already talk about that, Matt Brown?
I didn't, but I will. If you want me to do that now, yeah. When I think about what we do at the recovery community centers, it's we listen, we laugh, and we love. I think the listening is the most important. Laughing is, if you come into any recovery center that I've ever been into, you hear that laughter going on all over the place in every corners of the place, because we're alive, and then we simply love, like it has been said by everybody, without any kind of judgment at all, and again, it's just a privilege to be a part of that process to me.
Thank you, Matt. So one of the questions that has come in is about allies, that we talk about our centers also including families and allies. So how can someone who's not in recovery themselves be an ally? And does anyone want to take that question? So do you want me to jump in and then you all can chime in? So, we know that addiction is a family disease. We hear that said. We know as people in recovery that we have impacted our families and our community. We also recover together. We don't do it alone and just with one another. We recover together with a lot of involvement from family and allies. So first and foremost, I think if you're at this summit and you're not a person in recovery, that is a really powerful action right now. I think most of us would say that the number one, and we've heard it through the day, issue around substance use disorder, and even to some extent for people who are in recovery that we face, is stigma. And so the more people see the face of recovery, hear about it, learn about, the complex brain disease, not moral failings that this is about, you become a voice and an ally with a certain credibility that is unique to the fact that you are an ally, that you yourself are not a person in recovery, but you get it. So I would say that's one of the first things. The other thing is, if there isn't already a group at your recovery community organization for families or allies, there probably is, but get involved, volunteer, attend groups, be party, and then advocacy. I think, you know, again, you bring a unique voice, just as we who are in recovery have a unique voice of having the experience. You bring a voice of that can help move policy, can help advocate for resources, and help make sure that we address this as an entire community. It's not just the problem of the people with the substance use disorder. It becomes a problem for all of us, as we know, but the solution is with all of us too. And I wonder if any of you want to add to that as you've been thinking about it.
I can, this is Matt, I can throw in a little something. I was thinking about my law enforcement brothers and sisters. You know, when first responders or law enforcement gets called into a situation, it's usually somebody, not somebody calling 911 to tell them that they're stark raving sober and in recovery and everything's going great. You know, things aren't going well. And what happens is you just see the negative side of it. You don't see people doing well. You're called because someone's overdosing, someone's used a substance, and they're doing something that's bringing them to the attention of people that are calling the police. One of the things that we've been doing is training police officers about substance use simply by having them listen to people's stories. And I know Bob's been a part of that up at the barn, where we've brought officers in and they simply listen to a panel of people telling their stories. And the officers are blown away because it didn't even occur to them that people recover and they get better. But once they hear that message, then, you know, the hope is that then when they're interacting with somebody on the streets, they can try to be present for them and say, you know what, there is hope. I've seen people that got sober and recovered. So being an ally in that way of just spreading the idea that in that moment that there is hope, you know. So that's what I was thinking of when you were talking about that.
Thank you. You know, I also wanted to mention, you know, the governor mentioned earlier about 300, like we've exceeded the number of recovery coaches that have been trained and are continuing to do that. And a lot of that has, of course, happened through the centers and the hub. I also want to give a shout out to Healthy Acadia. And they have done a tremendous part of that work as well up in other parts of the state with training coaches. And I wondered if any of you wanted to talk a little bit about what makes recovery coaching a little maybe unique. How is it different from a counselor or a therapist or a sponsor in a 12-step program?
I can
I'll
speak to
that
that.
part. Oh. Go ahead, Bob. Go.
Oh, thank you, Nicole. Yeah, so, you know, there are differences and there's some overlap there. You know, one of the biggest things that I'll point out with the difference between a recovery coach, a sponsor or counselor, is that, you know, with a sponsor, so a sponsor, for people that don't know, is someone within a 12-step fellowship or program who guides somebody through the steps and through that program. So they're very specific to the tenets and the ideals of that program. You know, a recovery coach is also a guide and a support, but they do that whatever pathway it is that you want to take in recovery, whether that's 12-step or some other path. And then, you know, when you talk about a counselor and a recovery coach, a lot of that really is about temporal orientation. You know, a recovery coach is about being with somebody in the now, meeting them where they're at, and how can we move forward. You know, whereas a counselor would address underlying issues and past traumas, things like that, that might be associated with it. And recovery coaches really don't do that. That's not in their scope of practice, so to speak.
Thanks, Bob. There's some really good questions coming in, and I want to be very mindful of time because we're just at about 3 minutes. So how about I throw this one out? It's a really good idea. I don't know that we have an answer, but I just want to put it out there. And then Nicole, I know you have some information to share. So Dylan says, one thing I wonder all the time as somebody in recovery is if maybe our communities could use a place for people to meet and talk about what they're going through before they have to turn to substance use to cope. And that really goes to the heart of prevention, which I know, Nicole, we've been thinking a lot and working on as the hub and with the centers around the Prime for Life curriculum and youth and caregivers. But I love that idea, and I think it would be great for us to take that away from this summit and think about that. Thank you, Dylan. Nicole, do you want to say anything about that? And then as we've come to time, share. I know you have the map and a couple things.
Yeah, I'll share real quickly about, looking at the prevention side. We're looking at, how do we have conversations with our children as caregivers and parents, and to prepare adolescents for the choices that they're going to have to make at some point around substance use in their life. I love the idea of somewhere to go before it's a problem, but I think being able to talk about it effectively in our families, because I don't know about you, but my family didn't tell me that I might be faced with choices around heroin or cocaine or whatever. We didn't talk about that until it happened. Then we still didn't talk about it. So we are looking at offering this summer, and you can check it out on our website, which I think I'll bring up the slides now while I'm talking. Offering caregivers and parents classes on how to have effective conversations with your children. And I'm trying to share my screen. I'm not sure if you're able to see it.
And we are at time. I don't know if we will suddenly just go away, but we'll make sure that gets out to everyone. And again, such an honor to be here, and so grateful that there are so many people at this summit today. So thank you. And thanks to all the panelists for your sharing of your stories and the wonderful work that's getting done around the state by you all and all of the people that you are working with, and colleagues and volunteers and community members. Thank you. And Nicole, if you find it and put it up, that'll be great.
I'm trying.
I'm a local therapist in Portland, Maine. I'm a fiance. I am a loving daughter and a wonderful friend. I am also a woman in long-term recovery from heroin use disorder. I moved to this country as a young child. I experienced a good deal of trauma, and my ACEs score is pretty high. My family fought hard towards the American dream, but I didn't have a lot of supervision, and I rebelled as a result. Moved out of my family's home at age 15 and began using illicit substances. I used pain medication regularly during the OxyContin craze and quickly transitioned to IV heroin use. During that time, I experienced human trafficking, but luckily I found my way towards higher education. And although I was around a lot of dangerous people, put myself in dangerous situations where my power was taken away from me, I was able to continue pursuing my schooling. And that's the first place that I really felt a sense of community, a sense of purpose. School recovery centers were starting to become a thing, and I became involved in one, and just was around people who made me feel like I was more than I was experiencing nightly and had something more to offer to the world. I was arrested several times due to my white privilege, due to my economic privilege. I never experienced any serious legal charges, fortunately, but I did, over the course of about a decade, go to about 50 detox facilities, IOPs, PHPs, psychiatric hospitalizations, inpatient rehabilitation facilities all across the United States. I was told by many providers that I was an addict of the hopeless variety, that I was a chronic relapser, that I needed to be locked away, and that my family needed to say goodbye to me, that I wasn't going to live through it. Somehow, some way, I found my way to Portland, Maine about 7 years ago. I became a member of the Portland Recovery Community Center. I became involved in sober living and still wasn't ready to pursue recovery, still struggled. Met a wonderful woman who believed in me, and I'd come to her and say, you know, I used again, or I drank again, and told me that I was still deserving of love, that I still had a light inside of me that deserved to shine. And somehow, some way, through her, through the community I developed here, I finally finished my graduate degree. I finally got a chunk of recovery going and was able to build this wonderful life that I have today. I did have troubles as I injured myself and had to be on pain medication, but I had a wonderful best friend. I had a partner in long-term recovery and a community to hold me through, and I was able to make it out the other side. Now I serve over 50 people who struggle with opiate use disorder as I work for the Opportunity Alliance in their opiate health home program and in my own small part-time private practice. I have learned through this work over the last several years that not everyone's recovery is going to look like mine, and that's okay. Everyone deserves a second chance and a 20 millionth chance. I remember I needed to be resuscitated 3 times in one night, and yet here I am. I find so much meaning on not giving up on people, on serving people who are clearly trying to fight for recovery, and those folks who don't seem to be trying at all. They still deserve a chance at a life worth living. I'm so grateful to pay it forward. I still am very involved with my Portland recovery community, and I've built communities in fitness establishment, through my work family, through so many folks. I still have my slew of emotional issues, but I've realized that every human being does, and I am so grateful during these difficult times as a result of the COVID pandemic that I've been given the tools that I found in substance use recovery to use and live a life that is happy, joyous, and free. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to thank Veronica for sharing her story with us. That was really great. My name is Lizzie Garnatz. I work for the City of Portland's Public Health Division. I'm here today with my colleagues Jeanette Dosova and Zoe Brokus to talk about the services that we offer at the India Street Public Health Center. We're going to give an overview of the services that we offer, talk about how we've adapted our services to meet the needs of our constituents during the COVID-19 pandemic, and then have a little bit of time at the end for questions. My colleague Zoe will be moderating the chat box. If you have any questions as we go along, please feel free to put them in the chat box and we will address them as they come up. We are going to share our screen right now and get started. So like I said, this presentation is going to address substance use prevention and harm reduction services in the time of COVID-19. We all work for the City of Portland's Public Health Division, and back at the end of 2019, we recently merged our 2 programs. So we are a newly branded program for the city, combining our primary prevention programs as well as our harm reduction services. And we're really excited about this new offering that we have and how our team is growing and able to collaborate across different programs. We have no disclosures or commercial interests. The learning objectives for today, we want to talk about the community risks that came up as a result of COVID-19 and talk about the ways that our program was able to respond and all of the things we implemented and put in place to address the challenges that our community members are facing during this time. We want all of our attendees today to understand why the National Drug Take Back Day was canceled, and the implications on a community level for not having such an event. And we also are going to talk about our harm reduction services, and we hope that everybody in attendance today will understand the harm reduction philosophy and how that plays into the work that we do and how people can apply it to the work that they do after this presentation is over. Like I said, we are located at 103 India Street in Portland. We recently merged our programs, so we offer a needle exchange program. That's where I spend most of my time throughout the week. It's on-site services at India Street Public Health Center. Prior to COVID-19, it was 5 days a week drop-in services from 9 to 4:30, as well as outreach needle exchange and mobile syringe exchange services when our physical location was closed. We historically have focused our efforts on reaching people who are accessing services at the Oxford Street Shelter or the Preble Street Resource Center, and really making sure that people who are in the homeless community in Portland feel supported and have access to services that they need. We also offer overdose prevention education and overdose recognition and response trainings, as well as naloxone distribution to community members, social service agencies, and individuals. We work with people who are accessing the exchange to provide referrals to any type of treatment or other social services that they might need. And like so many others have already mentioned throughout the presentations today, we take a harm reduction approach with our constituents, and we meet them where they are. And if they are not ready to seek treatment or they're not ready for any service referrals, that's okay too. Our goal is to continue to show up for them every single day and support them with whatever they need in that moment. And then if and when they are ready to make a positive behavior change, we are there to support them and to make the necessary referrals as we can. One of our new parts of the newly combined program we have is the primary prevention piece. My colleague Jeanette is going to talk about that shortly, but we focus on education in the schools and youth prevention education efforts, as well as the safe medication storage and disposal. So the COVID-19 pandemic definitely presents some unique challenges for people who use drugs. In general, people who use drugs are at risk for a number of different health conditions and chronic health problems without the pandemic happening. However, there's some unique challenges that this population can face, and we wanted to make sure that we are meeting the needs of our community as those arise. Sharing drug using equipment can increase the risk of infection, so we wanted to make sure that folks in our community have access to the services and supplies that they need. Crowded environments can increase risk of exposure to COVID-19. Many of the people who access services at our program have experienced homelessness or incarceration or living in other types of congregate living facilities, whether it's detox or sober living or a residential treatment facility. And we need to make sure that those folks are protected since they are at higher risk of contracting COVID-19. There's also the risk of disruption in access to services. As everybody knows who's listening in today, we all had to make some very quick changes when COVID-19 first happened. Everything was shut down right away. So many people who offer medical care had to transition to offering telehealth almost within the span of a weekend. And we all had to think on our feet to make sure that people were getting the care and services that they need and that there wasn't a disruption. And this is of a particular concern for people who are on certain medications, like medication-assisted treatment or any other medications that they need to take every day. There was concern that people may not be able to see their provider, may not be able to fill prescriptions at the pharmacy. And by working with our community partners who provide MAT in the community and behavioral health services, we were able to make sure that the folks accessing the needle exchange, particularly folks who have an opioid use disorder, were able to continue services and in some cases even initiate services that perhaps they had not been accessing before. One of the ways we worked to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic for needle exchange supplies is we developed what we call our Healthy Handoff Needle Exchange Protocol. This essentially serves like a curbside pickup delivery service for needle exchange. We are no longer allowed to let folks into the building due to social distancing measures and just the unique layout and configuration of our space here at India Street. So we put together a protocol where folks can call us ahead of time and place an order over the phone and let us know everything that they need. We get it all ready for them. And then when they arrive, they can either wait outside by the picnic table if they're on foot or wait in their car. And we bring out a sharps container for them to dispose of used supplies and put a clean package of supplies on the sidewalk for them to pick up. And then if they need any access to referrals or want to talk about anything that's going on, we are able to connect with them over the phone and do our best to triage them that way versus doing it in person. Additionally, we are offering increased outreach in the community. Previously, it was just on the weekends when we were closed. Right now, India Street is only offering Healthy Handoff Needle Exchange 2 days a week, and therefore we have increased our outreach efforts near the shelter and worked closely with our community partners to make sure that folks experiencing homelessness or housing insecurity have access to syringes, clean injection equipment, and Narcan. I'm going to turn this over to my colleague Jeanette, and she's going to talk about the primary prevention efforts and National Drug Take Back Day. So as was the case with many events and initiatives that we had planned, COVID-19 threw a wrench in those plans and we had to adjust. National Drug Take Back Day is something that typically happens twice a year. It's the last Saturday in April and the last Saturday in October. However, it was canceled this past April. We are still waiting to hear on October, but I would assume that the same thing might occur again. If you can see, this is the map showing the take back results in pounds per state from last April. Maine collected about over 27,000 pounds of medications during this take back event. Take back events last about 4 hours, and I mentioned it's on a Saturday. It provides an expansion of drop sites, so people are able to access 6 or 7 sites throughout the day and just dispose of their medication that is either expired or no longer necessary, and is something we suggest that people do frequently. April is a great time to do this. As you're doing your spring cleaning, you can also make sure that you're going through your medicine cabinet. With the cancellation of Drug Take Back Day, we knew that there was still a need for people to be safely disposing of their expired and unneeded medications. And we were also concerned that with schools being closed and people staying at home, social distancing, that this provided an increased access for youth. And that people also might turn to unsafe disposal methods, such as flushing medications down the toilet or simply throwing them away in the trash can, which are not recommended. We were also concerned about prescription medication misuse, as we see that we have a lot of medications readily available, not just within our state, but nationwide. So one way we approached this cancellation of the National Drug Take Back Day was we had an information dissemination campaign. We developed this infographic instructing people on how to safely dispose of their prescription medications at home. Like I mentioned, you wouldn't want to flush these medications down the toilet or just directly throw them into the trash. That presents risks like getting into our drinking water supply or being diverted into the community or animals consuming the medication. So these are 4 easy steps that people can follow. They're recommended by SAMHSA and the FDA. So the first is to go through your medicine cabinet, see if you have anything that is expired or no longer needed. Mix the prescription medication with an unpleasant substance, either coffee grounds or kitty litter, maybe dirt, This also serves to neutralize the odor from the medication. After this mixture is formed, you can place it into a sealable plastic baggie to prevent spilling. Then take the bag and throw it away into the trash. And then ensure that you're scratching out any of the personal information you might have on your prescription medication bottles to protect your privacy. And then you can throw that away. We additionally wanted to make sure we were reaching a wide audience, so we were able to collaborate with our minority health program and translate the infographic into 6 additional languages and widely distributed this throughout our community. Other ways we adapted, we, like many of you, had to switch a lot of our services to be virtual in nature. So a lot of my work that is with the Portland Public School System, my presentations and educational efforts were done virtually. I also carried out a photo voice program where youth were able to look at their own protective factors and risk factors to substance use and have that over several sessions online. We also held many overdose recognition and response trainings online. Lizzie will talk a little bit more about that later. We were able to provide a responsible beverage server training online. So this really helped our local bars and restaurants ensure that they were receiving the proper alcohol training and certification and recertification. We absorbed the cost and were able to have the training virtually. We had over 20 participants in May from 11 different establishments throughout Portland. And then additionally, like many others, we increased our information dissemination efforts and social media presence. So if you want to know what's happening more in the Portland Public Health Division, feel free to follow us on our Facebook page or our Instagram page. And then I want to talk briefly about our needle exchange outreach data. So as you can see, we have compared the data from May of 2019 with May of 2020, and then June of 2019 with June of 2020. We've seen a decrease in the amount of clients we have seen in person at our India Street location. However, if you look at the very far right column, you can see that our outreach efforts have increased tremendously. So these have expanded about 7 or 8-fold, mostly due to our community partnerships and strong volunteer presence. This is Lizzie again. I'm going to talk about our naloxone distribution efforts during COVID-19. The numbers represented here on this slide are numbers from the Portland Police Department, covering data from May 1st to July 10th of 2020. And we have made a concerted effort to increase the number of naloxone or Narcan kits that we give out to our constituents, people who are using drugs and directly accessing our services, but also making sure that our community partners, other social service agencies in the area who see mutual patients, that we want to make sure that they have enough, as well as people who attend our virtual trainings. We are able to offer Narcan or naloxone by mail if somebody comes to one of our trainings. And I think it's important to note that it's really exciting that we live in Maine, and Maine is doing such a great job responding to the COVID-19 pandemic. And unfortunately, we are on track to probably have a higher number of overdose deaths this year than COVID-19 deaths. So we are really making a concerted effort to address that in our community. When COVID-19 first happened, it kind of upended the drug supply chain in a big way. And so a lot of our folks were telling us that they were experiencing overdoses, likely due to changes in the supply chain, but also decrease in their tolerance if they weren't able to access drugs or something that they usually used on a regular basis because of COVID-19. When they used again, perhaps their tolerance had changed and it was a greater likelihood that they may overdose. So our program here at the Syringe Exchange gave out 774 doses of Narcan from May 1st to July 10th of 2020. The Portland Police Department reports that there were 79 overdoses in that time and 7 overdose fatalities. What we know from talking to our constituents in the needle exchange is that likely there are quite a few more overdoses than that. Many of our folks are afraid to call 911 for help for a variety of different reasons. A lot of them include fear of repercussions, fear of legal action, fear of losing their housing. And then on top of that, because of the pandemic, there was also the added fear of perhaps having to interact with another person that could potentially put them at risk. So we know that that number is likely quite a bit higher, but that is the number of cases that were reported to the Portland Police Department, with unfortunately 7 overdose fatalities in Portland during that time frame. Another thing that we have done to adapt our services is, like Jeanette mentioned, moved all of our trainings to a virtual option. So something that I used to do prior to COVID-19 is I did regular overdose prevention groups and education groups at a variety of different places around Southern Maine. And all of those things have been moved online. So from April 1st through July 10th, we were able to do 25 different education groups at a variety of different agencies. And we provided 200 naloxone kits to people at those different agencies. And it included 12 different unique organizations. So one of the things I've done is I was able to connect with Crossroads for Women, where I used to go in person twice a month and offer virtual groups there, and Pine Tree Recovery, as well as several other places in Southern Maine. And I want to give a shout out to my colleague, Henry Tarlow. He was not able to join us for this presentation today, but he is a crucial member of our team here at India Street. And all of the things that I'm going to talk about on this slide are because of his involvement in the project. Henry worked for the Oxford Street Shelter for a number of years before he came to join us here at India Street. And he was uniquely positioned to be redeployed to go assist with COVID-19 response at the shelter as they made accommodations for the pandemic as well. The city of Portland responded by opening up the Portland Expo as a shelter. Initially, when COVID-19 first happened, during the first 2 weeks, that shelter was designated as a quarantine shelter for people who had a known exposure to somebody who had tested positive. As a result of that, it was crucial for us to make sure that the people staying there could reduce the number of trips that they had to make into the community. So it was really important that we were able to bring the services to them rather than have them go outside and potentially infect other people if they were positive and didn't know it. Henry was called back to work at the shelter, and he was able to connect with a lot of our different community partners and make sure that the people staying there were able to access services that they need. We were able to work very closely with the local federally qualified health center, Greater Portland Health, to connect 18 people for primary care. We were also, as a result of the pandemic, able to connect a lot of people with methadone or medication-assisted treatment with Suboxone. As a result of COVID-19, the restrictions on prescribing Suboxone and the restrictions on daily dosing for methadone were relaxed a little bit. And so we were able to connect with Discovery House and get 3 people onto methadone treatment who perhaps may not have accessed it otherwise. And the staff there was able to do deliveries so those patients didn't have to go out into the community. We were able to connect with Spurwink to do telehealth intakes and initiation visits, and then get those folks started on Suboxone for medication-assisted treatment. We were able to connect 3 people to Catholic Charities for assertive community treatment and intensive case management services. Additionally, we worked really closely with general assistance to make sure that people had help paying for any medications that they were starting out taking. And at the time, there were about 40 people staying at the quarantine shelter at the Expo while all of this was going on. And one of the things that was really great about it is that we were able to bring the services into where the people were staying rather than having folks have to go out into the community. And we're really hopeful that this type of model is something that we can incorporate into our work even after the pandemic is over. We have a little bit of time for questions. If anybody has some in the chat box, we will address those now. And all of our emails are listed here. If you want to reach out to any of us via email, my supervisor Zoe is at the top. She's the program coordinator for substance use prevention and harm reduction services. And Henry, Jeanette, and I all work on her team doing different prevention and harm reduction work in the Portland area.
So it doesn't appear that we have any questions, but like Lizzie mentioned, if you think of anything and you want to directly reach out to us, feel free. If there are any resources we can provide you with, also reach out. We'd be more than happy to share our at-home prescription medication disposal infographic with anyone.
Hi, my name is Justin. I'm a person in recovery, and for me that means I haven't found the need to use drugs or alcohol since April 25th, 2018. My journey to recovery was very painful and dark. I had no idea that recovery existed. I felt that I would be stuck in this rut for the rest of my life. It wasn't until April 25th, 2018, when I moved to Portland to go to treatment, that I found out that you can recover from substance use disorder. I started off at a treatment center here in Portland, and the community here really welcomed me with open arms. They didn't know me. They had no idea of what my past looked like, but they still stuck their hand out, shook my hand, and told me that everything was going to be okay. During my time actively using, it led me down a dark path. Criminal record, loss of family and friends, and I even cheated death a few times. That is not the person that I am today. After being in recovery for about a little over 2 years now, I found out that I have this overwhelming desire for connection and love in my life today through people who struggle the same way that I do. Today I am an active member in the community. Today I put others before myself. I've never done that before. Today I work in the recovery field. I am employed by the Portland Recovery Community Center, and I have arrived, I feel, today. I feel at home today, and I am of service to others today, which for me, there is no greater feeling than to try and help somebody who is going through the same thing that I've gone through. I was isolated and alone for so many years, and I always felt that nobody would understand or get the way that I was feeling inside until I found recovery. And in a very, very brief amount of time, I found out that I wasn't the only one that felt this way, or the only one that struggled with the things that I struggled with. People in the community, whether it's in Biddeford, Maine, where I live, or Portland, Maine, where I work, we're all have one goal, and that is to just help somebody on their recovery journey. Today, I am an active member of a 12-step program. I attend meetings on a regular basis. I sponsor gentlemen in that program. I have a sponsor. And the most important thing for me today is to just continue to try and do the next right thing. My past makes me look like a bad person, but I found out I'm not a bad person. I was just a sick person. And today I focus every day on trying to get better. And I've never been more grateful for the community that I am a part of and the things that they've helped me overcome. I would not be where I am today if it wasn't for the recovery community in Portland, in Maine. Everywhere that I've went, the recovery community has welcomed me with open arms. So I am just a grateful person in recovery today, and I want to continue on this journey and to help as many people as I can on my way.
Good afternoon. These are some tough acts to follow. I'm Jessica Pollard, and I have the pleasure of being the director of the Office of Behavioral Health and a friend and family member to people in recovery. This past weekend, spending time outside with family, one of my loved ones in recovery was wearing a t-shirt that said, "Dopeless Hope Fiend." I've been thinking a lot about that phrase, especially this week. Despite the grief and the daunting numbers, giving up is not an option. We remain hopeful and with good reason. We can reflect on the progress we have made while at the same time feeling deeply that we must do more. Echoing the words from today's film, there are no lost causes while someone is alive. Today, we heard many stories to renew our hope. We heard about the innovative and effective work of programs from around the state. We heard about the importance of connection to culture for recovery and wellness. We heard about the profound difference feeling loved and supported can make. Dr. Murthy spoke about human connection as a means of survival a few thousand years ago. It remains vital to survival today. He reminded us that even a little bit of time can go a long way when we are caring for one another. We are glad to be able to provide his book to all who registered today. I'm sure you enjoyed his chat as much as I did and will feel renewed by reading his words. We'll also send you an invitation to connect with current Surgeon General Dr. Jerome Adams for a town hall on substance use and COVID-19, A Way Forward, on July 29th at 2 p.m. Over the past year, we have seen the opening of new recovery centers around the state. We have felt proud that hundreds of individuals have become trained as recovery coaches. Data shared by our colleagues at the Portland Recovery Community Center show those who participate in coaching report impressive improvements in housing, increased energy for tasks, happiness, and feeling part of the community. Even during the COVID-19 pandemic, recovery centers have continued to serve their communities, reaching out by phone and hosting hundreds of virtual groups. We have 114 recovery residences around the state where people in recovery can live with and support one another. There are other encouraging numbers. We have hundreds more prescribers that provide medication-assisted treatment than we did a few years ago. Maine's treatment providers have stepped up during the pandemic to continue to fight the opioid epidemic. They rapidly pivoted, averaging from under 1,000 telehealth visits per week to a peak of 90,000 per week, and continuing to go strong at 60 to 70,000 telehealth visits a week. Our colleagues in the Office of Maine Care Services have launched a Healthcare Happens Here campaign with an emphasis on mental health and substance use to make sure Mainers know help is still available. I'll add that treatment and support is available regardless of ability to pay. We've got you covered. When COVID-19 hit Maine, our medication-assisted treatment providers immediately moved to ensure there would be no interruption in medication and that programs increased their outreach to clients, reflected in an over 20% increase in Maine Care MAT claims. Thanks to Governor Mills' first executive order, thousands more Mainers with substance use disorders now have insurance. Under Medicaid expansion, over 10,000 Mainers are now receiving substance use treatment. Today, the theme of compassion shone through in many ways. We heard about drug treatment courts where those suffering from substance use disorders are offered support instead of punishment. We heard about programs that help moms with OUD instead of shaming them. We heard about harm reduction programs rather than only helping those who agree to treatment. We heard voices of recovery speaking about the impact of being treated with kindness, being reminded that you matter and that you're worthy of love. Today was a day of inspiration. We heard data and stories of success. We know we are far from our goals. Where do we go from here? We acknowledge the challenges and we refuse to feel overwhelmed. We take care of ourselves. We remind ourselves that it is not only okay, but necessary to rest. We put on our own oxygen mask so that we can be there to help others. This is hard. We were already facing an epidemic, and now we find ourselves in the midst of a pandemic. We must extend compassion to each other and to ourselves. To that end, we are launching the Strengthen Me program, our statewide behavioral health response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Strengthen Me promotes resilience, connects people to well-being resources, treatment, and other resources, conducts outreach to individuals most at risk, and delivers a public education campaign to help Mainers understand what are normal reactions to an abnormal situation, how to cope, and what to do if it starts to feel like too much. Community health outreach workers, peers, recovery coaches, and behavioral health professionals will be actively reaching out to assist those who are struggling. In partnership with the Maine Primary Care Association, we'll be launching low barrier access MAT at community health centers. These are just a few of the many examples of the incredible work going on around the state. As the governor mentioned, we will continue to expand our efforts to get life-saving naloxone into the hands of those who need it. We will step up our efforts to engage individuals who have experienced an overdose, who are homeless, who are in need of hope. Via campaign and person-to-person outreach, we will provide education on the dangers of fentanyl and using alone, the importance of having naloxone on hand, how to receive overdose spike alerts, encouragement to connect to local recovery centers, how to access syringe exchange services, and other harm reduction measures. And when someone is ready, we will be there. We will hold the hope for those who feel they have none. We will be relentless hope fiends. Thank you for joining us today and for your dedication every day.